I'm not around, have you found I'm always on your mind? And when you hear my name, does it sound the same as you felt when you heard it last time? Do you see flowers in my hair that aren't really there? Do you feel the pain when I'm blue? And when you see me, does it seem to be that blues change to life in bloom? 'Cause this is how I see you, and these are the things you do. You may not know, so I'm telling you so, the best way I know how to. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Boiling Point Podcast. I am your host, JD, joined alongside Brandy, who is the one who decided not to attend the meeting tonight, which I am appreciative for, because then it gives me somebody else to lead us into the meeting before it begins. Brandy, there's a lot happened over the last week. First of all,
Yeah,
I mean, it's been
really
crazy.
has.
It's been crazy this week. Of course, it all started with Mariana's initial report, reporting on the attempted bribery within the school board, and everything has just been snowballing and going crazy from there. We're not going to go over too much of that, at least right now before the meeting, because as much as we'd all like it to be, it's unlikely that anything regarding the bribery or anything happens in this particular meeting, right?
I don't think so, but I know when I emailed the school board, I included it in, so I will be interested to see if it is actually mentioned.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, so the who is it that reads the emails?
Argot.
Yeah, he has the tendency to just gloss over some of the conservative comment emails, but goes really in depth with some of the more liberal emails.
Right.
So, yeah, we'll see if he actually gets to mention that part or not. But what are we expecting tonight? Because as I said, we're not going to. It's unlikely that we hear or see anything about the bribery, except from maybe the parents, or as in your case, the emails.
Right.
So, but the meeting itself, it's unlikely that anything gets addressed regarding that. So, what are we looking for tonight?
They're going to talk about the board policy 123.2, which is sex-based differences in athletics.
And is that, from what I understand, I believe that might have been moved to the beginning of the agenda. Hold on, I don't have it.
Yes, it's business item 5A.
Okay, I'm going to try and get the.
It's the first. I have it up. It's the first.
Okay, good.
Item in the business.
See, that's the other reason I really like when Brandy joins me for both the pre-shows and the after shows to the meetings, because she's really on top of it.
And I had somebody actually ask me if we actually needed this policy, because I saw a post from the Pennsylvania Family Council. It says bipartisan victory for female athletes. The Pennsylvania Senate has passed SB 9, the Save Women's Sports Act. By a vote of 32 to 18, SB 9 has passed the Senate. All Senate Republicans plus 5 Senate Democrats.
Wow.
Voted for this crucial bill that acknowledges biological differences and will protect fairness and safety for women's sports. We are thrilled at this bipartisan display of courage in defense of an objective truth and common sense.
Okay, so there you go.
I said, yes, it still needs to be done.
Yeah, that's great, though, that the state has passed this measure. That just reinforces what Trump has already done at the federal level. So now you have the federal government saying this is not the way it's going to be. And now, at least here in Pennsylvania, you got the state saying boys are not going to be allowed in girls' sports. Okay, so by the rule of our country and the way it goes, okay, if both the Fed and the state enact a law or set up policy, then the locals should be following suit. That is the way it works. By the same token, if the local and states, if 2/3 of states adopt a policy, then it should be automatically be voted on into federal law then as well. So the reverse happens. If the federal and your own state are calling it in, then it's time for the locals to fall in, unless it's really something you really want to fight against or don't believe in. But this is how you can choose to fight against. This is just ridiculous. So that's great. That's good news. Yeah, that's good news. That's good news then. Finally, some more common sense. I am going to bring up the meeting screen just so that way if they get started, and I don't want to miss it and be chatting while the meeting is going on. So it should be starting any minute. According to their clock, it's 6:28. So I guess we have a little under 2 minutes before it begins here.
Well, I have 6:29. It's now 6:29.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, just turned on the screen too. So yeah, we're under a minute now. As soon as they get started, Brandy and I, now we're going to stick with despite what the description says, we're going to stick with this whole meeting, and I'll get tickers going along the bottom, but we're going to stick with the whole meeting until the end because a lot of parents, I guess, were deciding that they're going to speak. So we are going to wait. Not everybody's going to leave the meeting like we initially thought yesterday. So everybody's going to be staying and doing some comments. So we are just going to wait and do the after show after the meeting. And I believe at least Brandy will be sticking around. Again, the time, it depends on the time. I mean, if we get to, 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock, then, not the parents might not join us at that time. We might just be closing out after the meeting's over, just chatting for a minute and then closing out. It all depends on the time. This doesn't seem like a very long agenda item. So unless there's hold up,
it's not, but
yeah, of course that doesn't mean anything. I mean, because if they're going to debate, if there's any debate on the first,
and there's going to be,
yeah.
I
mean, plus the left always likes to do the shout outs and right.
Well, yeah, there's other stuff before it. So it has. Let's see. It's the roll call and pledge of allegiance, recognition by board, and it says 2A Patriot Pen. And then the third is recognition of the public on business items, which that's when the students can speak on business items and the public can speak on business items. And then it's communications and board reports. And then it goes into the business items.
Now in the communications there are in the public speak on business items. Would that be regarding policy? Does the policy fall within business? Okay. So we're going to get a lot of the speaking done at the beginning. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have no doubt that there's going to be a truckload of speakers at the end of this meeting too. But that means that you're likely going to have, I mean, I guarantee you got people that are submitting for both.
Oh, absolutely.
So there's going to be a number of public comments both before the vote even happens, and then once the meeting, at the end of the meeting, when they do their normal public comments.
Yeah.
And it's 6:31 now. They have still not brought the feed live.
It takes forever, I feel like sometimes.
All right. I'm just confirming. I was just checking to make sure. Please, if you're watching this, if you watch this, share it out. We want to have more people tune in. I should have changed the description of this video before we went live, but I didn't have enough time. So, based on the rest of the on the agenda, what else you think? I mean,
so
the what? Say it again.
There's a budget part too, so that might take a while. So it's the policy that they're going over: personnel, appointment of human resources director, approval of middle school English language arts resources, and then adoption of the proposed budget.
And that could easily take that could be another huge chunk of time as well.
Yeah. And then after that, it's just review of May 15th agenda, Allen Middle School construction update, and then recognition of the public again for general items.
Yeah. All right.
And Kelly's not going to be there. So
yes, I understand. As from what I understand, Heidi Thomas, I guess, is going to be chairing the meeting.
I have no idea.
That's but the information that I have, I believe Heidi Thomas is going to be leading.
I know Kelly's calling in to do her vote.
Yeah, she is calling in to do her vote. And I also understand there's even I heard rumor that there was somebody was trying to get this vote taken off of the meeting. So I don't want to get into specifics on that right now, but yes, there was an attempt, it seems like, to try and get the boys and girls sports item removed from the agenda.
And again, it doesn't surprise me.
No, but Heidi Thomas, who I believe is the one chairing this meeting, I believe insisted that it be put back on. Sorry, I tripped over my own words there. And they're 33. They are officially late now. They don't usually take this. Normally it's 30. It's at 30. Like I've been in the middle of a sentence and then it's them in the middle of a meeting. Like there's no opening to this either. It's just the meeting starts when the screen comes up. So they are officially late here.
They might be in executive session.
Oh my. That could bring about its own fireworks. You know, absolutely. I bet there could be one last push. There could be one last push to try and take it off of the agenda item, or to take the item off the agenda. Especially because I want you to know that, I mean, that's, as I said, like a lot of the parents, there was a different plan yesterday for how we were going to do this episode. And it changed from yesterday to today. Now it's okay because things have been changing day to day all this week since everything's been happening. So, but I with the change, with as many people ended up going, and the liberals, of course, had their roll call. They wanted to call out everybody. They put the call out to everybody, even at different school boards.
Do you know if any of them showed up?
I don't know for sure. I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody who might be there yet. I assume everybody's so busy and so strapped for time that they haven't been able to give us any kind of heads up or anything like that. Let me
I'll text Mariana and ask her.
All right. See, this is Brandy, we need to talk about you joining the team. You just need to be my person. You don't even need to be on the camera. You just be behind the screen and you can feed things through me through the chat and stuff. Like I need you. Are you a Joe Rogan fan?
Yeah.
Yeah. I need a Jamie, Brandy. Oh. I need a Jamie. All right.
It depends on what's going on here at the house. Depends on what's.
Yeah, we'll wait till as soon as I get picked up by somebody and I can offer you a large sum of money, then you'll just say yes.
That's not even. I'd help if you absolutely needed somebody and I was available to help, I would.
Of course. And sorry, I was expecting this to have started 6 minutes ago. So I had planned for Brandy and I to chat for approximately 7 to 8 minutes before the meeting started, and we're 6 minutes past now. So don't really know what the delay is. As Brandy said, they could be stuck in executive session. Likely, if I had to speculate or guess, because someone's trying to make a push to get the boys and girls sports removed from this agenda item. Maybe they didn't have the turnout that they wanted to from the liberal army, or maybe they didn't expect so many conservatives to show up. I'm not really sure.
Mariana hasn't answered me yet.
Yeah, it seems like there's as I said, this meeting could be chaos right now. I mean, there could be so many people there that they don't even know where to put things. You know, the board could be deciding on whether or not to even have a meeting tonight, depending on what kind of zoo is outside right now.
That was me. Sorry.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I need to fix my volume settings so that way that doesn't happen. Yeah, I don't know. That's highly unusual at this point. We're beyond the normal. Like this is
we're
unusual.
at almost 10 minutes. So
yeah, this is unusual, highly unusual that we're this late at this point. So
Mariana saw it. She said, "Oh yeah."
Okay.
Protest showed up.
Okay, yeah, I see that too. Yeah, wow. Okay, so maybe that could be the delay then. You know, if it's a zoo out there, they could be deciding any number of things right now. We're at 38 now, 6:38. So we are 8 minutes past. And this doesn't usually happen.
I mean, once in a blue moon, maybe, but
yeah, I think since I've started covering them, it's been almost a year that I've been covering the meetings now, and I think maybe there's been what like a 2 or 3 minutes late. I think was the latest I've ever actually seen a meeting start. This is unprecedented delay. And this just goes to some of what of the things I'm trying to see if we can get have Kelly Brent on an episode so that we can give her our full endorsement. As long as we can have a conversation, she comes on the show. But right. This is one of the things that I put on for the episode to talk to her about if there's time. It's at the end, so as long as everything else doesn't run too late. But I wanted to talk to her about the meetings and the procedure of the meetings.
Mm-hmm. Because I mean, as soon as like the last person speaks, like they just close it out so quick. Like, and I understand like there's not really anything else that happens at the end, but sometimes I believe that there are some that really get into it afterwards.
I'd like to get somebody with a camera that can go to the meetings and then give us a view of the gallery of the area where everybody's sitting. Yeah. But all the parents who go that can help are always, speaking or doing something. So they can't, it's hard for them to, be speaking or doing, right. doing that stuff and handling a camera. So, but I'd like to do that. Actually, what I'd really like is for the West Shore to just give me the production capabilities so that right. I could switch to the different camera views whenever it's needed. That's what I'd prefer, but I don't think they're going to do that.
No, but probably not.
But yeah, the meeting procedure and stuff is one of the things I'm going to ask about Kelly about if there's time, because there's other stuff that I have higher on the importance list than that.
Right. Well, they're officially over 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is I don't know. Mariana did tell us, she said, "Oh yeah," when Brandon asked if there's protesters, but she has not responded yet to why is the meeting taking. Oh, there it goes.
Welcome to the May 8th, 2025
All right,
Board of
Brandy, we'll talk after the meeting.
School District is committed to fostering a secure and welcoming environment in our schools that encourages participation from students, parents, educators, staff, and the community. I call this meeting to order. Prior to tonight's meeting, an executive session took place where confidential personnel and student-related issues were discussed. Please take this moment to turn off or silence your cell phones and all other electronic devices to prevent any disruptions during this meeting. Dr. Arcott, may we have the roll call for the board members?
Yes. Mr. Britton.
Present.
Mrs. Tierney.
Present.
Mr. Geiswhite.
Present.
Mrs. Davis.
Present.
Mrs. Brent.
Here.
Mr. Cambick.
Present.
Mrs. Thomas.
Here.
Mrs. Cox.
Present.
Mr. Trone.
Present.
9 members present, 1 who is remote.
Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Recognition by the board. This evening, we have the pleasure of having 2 of our students from Patriot Penn. Mrs. Thomas invited them to share their essays. Mrs. Thomas, would you take a moment to share with the public what Patriot Penn is all about?
All right, thank you. I had the pleasure of meeting Rebecca Stevenson and Drew Shub through the Voice of Democracy and Patriot Penn Essay Contest in January 26th of this year at the James Danner VFW Post 537. They were 2 participants that actually I felt was a great time as we remember in the month of May with the memorial of our members and our countrymen who have given so much in sacrifice for our country. I thought it would be great to have them come up and do their speeches that they had done. The Voice of Democracy theme is America Today, Our Forefathers' Vision. And so I'd like to invite Drew first, and then when he's finished, then Rebecca can come up. Thank you.
Welcome, Drew.
Hello.
And you're a senior, right?
Yes.
Awesome.
Today, our country seems as divided as ever. Countless attacks on opposing political candidates, online debates, and divisive media coverage seem to signal a deviation from the core principles of our nation. All of these things take place in a world that would have been completely foreign to our forefathers. New technologies have taken over our lives. The globe is more interconnected than ever before, with the United States as its sole superpower. New ideas have brought social change and cultural reform all over the world. It might seem like there is no way that our founding fathers could have ever envisioned the America that we have today. Despite this, I am still convinced that the nation our forefathers envisioned is the same nation we have today. The world has changed significantly since the time of our founding fathers. Naturally, our core values have shifted and evolved. However, the values that guided our nation through its founding are generally the same as those that guide us today. The American values of liberty, republicanism, equality, and individualism have remained strong reminders of what our country stands for. Our definitions of what these things are have gone through changes, but the values have remained. The Constitution, which frames our system of government and the vision of our nation, has remained largely unchecked for almost 250 years. Both sides of the political spectrum accuse the other of violating the rights outlined in our Bill of Rights, but this only highlights the fact that we agree that these rights are important. When you look into the future, things can change. But look around you, the foundations are still there. No one could have predicted the world that we live in today, but the values and roots of our nation remain essential parts of the modern American experience. The United States is the most powerful nation in the world today. Politicians and journalists argue about how we are losing our status as the sole superpower. Would the founders have cared? No one expected the United States to be more powerful than the European empires. One might believe that this would contradict the vision of the founders. However, I believe that many of our forefathers would be proud of the progress that our nation has made. Founders like Alexander Hamilton wanted a strong commercial nation that could trade with European nations. He also advocated for a stronger federal government that would be capable of supporting a great nation. Hamilton would probably be proud of our nation for its economic and military success. Other founders, like Thomas Jefferson, advocated for a smaller agrarian economy. Some people may think that Jefferson's vision has lost out to Hamilton's, but the United States is still among the world's leaders for small business. It is also the world's largest producer of beef, cheese, and chicken, among other agricultural products. Most importantly for Jefferson, the nation's Bill of Rights and foundational values are still intact and appreciated today. The founders did not share one united vision. Some people opposed the ratification of our Constitution. Some wanted a government that was run by elites. Others supported the institution of slavery. Disagreements and imperfections have always been part of our nation. A fight broke out in Congress all the way back in the 1790s over a law that some people considered a violation of our constitutional rights. Intense debates are not a product of our modern age, as these debates have existed as long as our country has. It is easy to envision a perfectly unified founding vision and a deeply troubled and disunited country today. However, the story is more than that. The story is of a group of forefathers who collaborated and overcame disagreements to create the foundation of our country. The story is also of unpredictable changes that have created our modern world, the values that have stayed strong, and the success that our country has achieved. Our forefathers' vision of an independent nation based on Enlightenment ideals and the common sense of the ages has survived to this day and serves as a reminder of the continuity that today's Americans share with our forefathers. Thank you.
So you were a regional winner, correct?
I placed second at the post.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And what grade are you in?
I am a senior at Redland.
Okay. And do you have any plans for what you're going to do after high school?
I am planning to I have committed to Dickinson College to major in political science with the hopes of being a political analyst.
I love it.
Great.
That's great. Thank you so much, Drew. It's been such a pleasure to meet you.
Of course. Thank you for having me. Have a great night.
You as well.
Heidi, what was Drew's last name?
Shive.
Shive.
Tribe?
Thank you.
All right, Rebecca Stevenson.
Madam Chair, while we're exchanging, Mrs. Brent, can you hear me? Did you successfully get back on?
Welcome, Rebecca.
Yes, I'm back.
All right, thank you.
Welcome, Rebecca.
Hello.
Hi. Go ahead, and you want to recite your essay? And I think you were the winner?
No, I was third.
Third. Okay.
Okay. Almost 250 years ago, our nation was born from true courage, hardship, and perseverance. The founding fathers' values were freedom, the pursuit of a better life, and participation in government. The heart of America is freedom. Our relatives came on boats many years ago to seek freedom, and they fought with bravery to achieve it. Freedom is what people have given up their time and resources for. Freedom is the reason why over 41 million people have served our country. Freedom is what so many lives have been lost for. People from all over the world travel to the U.S. to get a better life because of freedom. Freedom has always been our country's main goal, and we fought hard to protect it. The Founding Fathers also believed that everyone had undeniable rights as humans, to have a voice, to state your opinions, and to practice your religion. As they proudly state in the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They believe that not only should people be allowed to voice opinions, but encourage them to speak out against injustice. This is why my father can vote, my mother can vote, and why every citizen of the United States has the right and honor of voting and taking part in our democracy. Former President Barack Obama once said, "Our Constitution is a remarkable, beautiful gift, but it's really just a piece of parchment. It has no power on its own. We the people give it power. We the people give it meaning with our participation and with the choices that we make and the alliance that we forge. We the people are given the right to partake in this democracy, to have a voice, to have a government we can see with our own eyes and the one that we can partake in. We want our neighbors, friends, and family to run the country. America was built on the idea that we want to be involved in decisions. Now, we the people make up the government. We make up the many judges, mayors, lawmakers, and many more that run the country. Furthermore, our forefathers wanted people to enter the U.S. with dreams and to have the freedom, ability, and means to achieve them. As former United States Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice once said, "The essence of America, that which really unites us, is not ethnicity or nationality or religion. It is an idea, and what an idea it is, that you can come from humble circumstances and do great things. Every person in this country has opportunities only available in America. You can dream, you can be educated, and you can build the life you want for yourself. Hundreds of years ago, ships arrived in these very same towns full of people with the dreams of the life they could make for themselves. And those people are still arriving, following the American dream of making themselves into whatever they want to. In 1952, my nanny was born in a Salvation Army hospital. My great-grandmother tutored poor to afford a real hospital. My nanny has always been extremely grateful for what she has and thank God for everything. She has taught me just how fortunate we are, how lucky we are to have what we have, and how lucky we are to live in the United States of America. These ideas, goals, and dreams for the United States have translated into the world of today. We are not perfect, but our forefathers fought hard to build the foundation of a country that values democracy, dreams, and the rights we have as humans. If the Founding Fathers looked at the powerful, magnificent country we are today, they would be proud. They would be proud of the people fighting for a more equal country, of the phenomenal education system we are so lucky to have, and of the opportunities we offer. America today really is our forefathers' dream.
Well done, Rebecca.
Thank you.
And what grade are you in?
I'm a freshman.
Very good.
Thank you.
It was such a pleasure to-
Thank you.
It's very good. Thank you so much. Are there any shout outs this evening? Mr. Britton?
Yes, I have a couple that I'd like to do. The first one is Ali Khan Jones. He graduated from York Adams Academy and accumulated the credits to earn a diploma from Cedar Cliff. He's not sure what he's going to do next, but is planning on working while considering his options. The Academy director described Ali as a kind-hearted, level-headed young man. My second shout out is to Sam Culp. Sam placed fourth this year in the 3A 107-pound class at the PAAA Wrestling Championships in Hershey. On top of that, Sam has now been named one of the 5 finalists for the John Travers Award, which honors the top student athletes in Central Pennsylvania each year. The award will be presented on May 12th. Best of luck to Sam in the competition. It's very, very stiff competition. If you read over the bios of the 5 finalists, it's a very, very elite group there. I'd also like to give a shout out with regard to the Cumberland Perry area CTC. Congratulations to the students who attended the Tom Buskey Student Achievement Award luncheon on May 2nd. The award recognizes seniors who have shown growth and success in school. Those who were honored from the West Shore School District include Landon Carroll from Redland for horticulture, Ezra Cook from Cedar Cliff, who completed logistics in 2024, and Rachel Williams from Redland, who completed childhood education in 2024. And with regard to the Cumberland Perry area CTC, this Saturday, May 10th, will be their annual community day, and they encourage anybody who's interested in knowing more about it to please attend. And per the news of the day, I think it's most important to give a shout out to the first American Pope, Leo the 14th. Good luck to him. I think he's got his hands full with what's happening in the world today. So congratulations to him. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Trone?
Thank you, Mrs. Davis. I would like to give my shout out to the let me start. The national award-winning Cedar Cliff High School academic World Quest team of Rory Gannon, Raina Johnson, Jackson Kane, and Timothy Valentine, advisor Angela Camps. Best in the country from Cedar Cliff High School. They tackled some very light research in critical minerals in Africa, space and national security, borders and boundaries, music and diplomacy, and because of their efforts, they are going to be, they have earned an all-expense paid trip to Turkey. So congratulations to those 4 and Angela Camps for the advisor. And much like last year, just would like to take a minute to wish Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. And especially, I know it's impolite to talk about age, so I would just word it. We have 2 new, hard to believe, grandmothers on board. So congratulations to Mrs. Tierney and Mrs. Brent on that. So happy Mother's Day, everybody.
Dr. Stoltz.
Thank you, Mrs. Davis. Mr. Trone covered one of them of mine with regards to the Academic World Quest team. But each year we take this specific week to recognize the contributions made by our teachers and staff across the district. In a time when the expectations of the education profession continue to evolve, our staff members always find important ways to help our students not only achieve academic success, but also develop the skills, confidence, and character they need to lead meaningful, purposeful, and impactful lives. I wish everyone a happy Staff Appreciation Week, and I hope they carry that message with them all year long. I have one additional one. Some of you probably received this as well, but the 5th anniversary open house for aquaponics is happening on Thursday, May 22nd. So usually you have commitments on Thursdays in May. I mean, the second and third Thursday. That's not one where we'll be here in this room. So May 22nd from 5 to 8:30 at Cedar Cliff High School. Join them for tours, seed bomb making, plant sales, food, and much more. The event is rain or shine. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stoltz. Excuse me. Recognition of the public is next. Public comment provides an opportunity for our community to address the board. Each speaker will be allotted 4 minutes. The board will listen to comments from individuals who have filled out a blue form. To maintain order and respect throughout the evening, I ask that everyone present conduct themselves respectfully and to show consideration for those who are speaking. First is opportunity for students to speak. Dr. Argot, do we have any students?
We have 3 student comments that are in person tonight.
Thank you. Leo Harmon.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak today. I'm really blessed to be here and stand here and talk to you about the policies that are shaping the future of West Shore School District. The last time I spoke, I didn't have much time to prepare, but today I've done my homework, reviewing past board meetings, analyzing data you provided, and following the conversations happening in our community on social media. What I have come to understand is that many of the challenges we face here don't start in this room. They come from the outside. But how we choose to face them, how we engage with each other, is up to us. If we cannot approach these conversations with maturity and respect, we don't reach solutions that truly serve this community. We live in a time where polarization divides us and shuts down real communication. But changes begin here, in how we treat each other. We don't have to agree or even like the person next to us. But we do have the responsibility to care about their well-being, to look at each other in the eye, ask how your families are doing, and to resist the urge to tear each other down. The tension we feel in this room doesn't come from the policy debates. It comes from letting outside pressures, emotion cloud our judgment and close our hearts. We are all imperfect. Being a good person isn't about the absence of flaws. It's about recognizing them and still choosing to do the right thing, to show up, to be honest, to care even when it is uncomfortable. So when I ask you, is trans students truly a threat to the integrity of sports? Is it really a problem if someone like me isn't asking for special treatment, but simply for understanding? For the chance to coexist and build connections through athletics? I'm not the perfect example of the gospel or the Old Testament, and Lord knows I've tried. I try every Sunday, but then again, who among us is? Like everyone else here, I want to be understood, just as I try to understand others. If we were all the same, how unbearably boring in life this world would totally be. Some have suggested co-ed sports as a solution, and I ask with what funding? You've acknowledged that the athletics already face cuts, though the index tax vote has erased a lot of that pressure. Our programs already run outdated equipment in aging facilities. If we care about protecting sports, why start by undermining programs that support all athletes? I've also heard the idea of separate leagues just for trans athletes. But let's be honest, how many trans athletes do you think are in a school district? It's not 30 or 10, it's even fewer, 5 of us, most of them trans boys, 0 trans girls. Can we call something an epidemic when it barely exists? I leave you with this. Is this policy truly about protecting students, or is it about responding to a fear of what's something that's not fully understood? It's okay to not have all the answers. It's okay to wrestle with uncertainty. It's okay to make mistakes, and it is okay to follow your moral and religious compass, as I myself wrestle with those concepts daily. But what is not okay, and what I'm disappointed in, is how we are avoiding respectful dialogue or ignoring the responsibility we have to share to the approach of these conversations with empathy, openness, and genuine desire to understand each other, not just as people, but as human beings. I am confident the community around here will see it as it is. Because the truth is, we all want to coexist and we all want to have a right way. And I know because I argue with my father all the time about having the right way and what's the wrong way. But the truth is, there's so many different perspectives. Two things can be true at once. No one can be right, but it could be true. Thank you so much for letting me speak today.
Next up, we have Lillian Tomaselli.
Good evening. Good evening to members of the board, Mr. Gay, Dr. Stoltz, and the West Shore community. I'm here to speak out against the business item, new board policy 123.2, sex-based distinctions in athletics. From my understanding, I have heard about 0 situations where there have been complaints about transgender students in this district, let alone athletes. So I raised the question, what exactly does this policy do if this has not been an issue? I will tell you what a policy like this looks like to me. This looks like certain members of this board are letting their political ideologies interfere with their role on this board. Furthermore, this policy does not protect women and girls. Instead, it puts women and girls at risk for our womanhood to be questioned based on how we look or our skills in sports. In some cases, women who are not transgender have a higher testosterone level because of a difference in sex development, a DSD. Sometimes, the accusation of a woman being transgender has nothing to do with hormone levels. It just stems from rumors and conspiracy. For example, Olympic boxer Aman Khalif, who has been mentioned many times throughout these board meetings. Khalif is not a transgender woman, nor is she intersex. It's not even proven that she has a DSD. Yet after her win in the Paris 2024 Olympics, she was ridiculed online and accused of being transgender because of misinformation. If situations like these can happen in the public eye with Olympic athletes, who's to say it can't happen in a high school? This opens up the door for girls to be questioned about their sex based on their abilities and looks, which should frighten you. A policy like this is not protecting women and girls, it is anti-women and girls. To go along with that, a major question is, how will you enforce this policy? If someone assumes that a female athlete is transgender, how will you check? The policy says that the superintendent may ask for a birth certificate. Yet the Education Law Center of Pennsylvania notes under the 22 PA Code 11.11, I quote, students' right to enroll and participate in school may not be conditioned on the provision of documents other than those showing proof of the child's age, residence, and immunizations as required by law. Under law, you are not allowed to ask for a child's birth certificate if it is to prove anything other than those 3 items listed. You are opening yourself up to legal challenges for allowing others to accuse children of being transgender and then illegally asking for their birth certificates. This is not at all about protecting women and girls. This is about bashing transgender people and denying their existence by pushing them out of spaces such as sports. The behavior from this board is discriminatory towards the students you are supposed to advocate for. I ask that the board reconsider this policy, look at the PA Human Relations Act, and further educate themselves on the law. This is not an issue that students like myself are concerned about. While it is an important conversation to have, this topic should not take priority over pushing for fair and adequate funding for schools, finalizing the 2025 to 2026 budget, bullying issues, and so much more. I ask that the board see the humanity in all students regardless of their gender. In my opinion, attacking minorities will not help our schools. It will further divide us. Thank you for your time.
Next is, and I hope I'm saying the name correctly, Kaori Wolf. Did I pronounce your name correct? Okay, thank you.
Some people just don't understand. As I sit here listening to people discuss topics they haven't personally experienced,
making judgments about things they haven't lived through. I feel a deep sense of frustration. It's hard to not feel a sense of sadness and disappointment when it seems like the full picture isn't being understood. What's the real issue here? Why are we really so afraid? Because this is not about fairness in sports. Not really. It's about fear, it's about control, it's about targeting people who already carry the weight of the world on their shoulders. And now we're trying to strip away their humanity too? I've been a competitive dancer for 9 years. I've stood on stages, felt the pressure of performance, and every aspect of winning and losing. I was a varsity short sprint athlete in my freshman year of high school. I know what it means to push your limits. I've thrived in competition. I understand discipline, sacrifice, and resilience. This isn't about protecting women's sports, because if it were, we'd be talking about equal pay, proper funding, and real representation. Instead, we're spending our time policing identities and making trans women the victims. I'm here because I care. I'm here for the people I love, for those who are too tired to keep fighting, for the future kids who will one day be in the same seat, facing the same cruel arguments. What happened at one of the last board meetings shook me. Someone stood up and made a completely false claim that Aman Khalif is a transgender woman, as a way to push the tired narrative that trans women have an unfair advantage. Not only was the accusation untrue, but it was reckless, dehumanizing, and a perfect example of the kind of ignorance that is poisoning these conversations. Let me be clear. This isn't just about sports. This is about people, about dignity, about recognizing humanity, even when it looks different from your own. So if you're going to make decisions that affect people's lives, then listen to those of us who live it, not the ones who are afraid of change, but the ones who are fighting for a world where everyone gets to belong. To every board member in this room, I'm asking you, no, I'm urging you to lead with compassion, to do your research, to separate fear from fact, because these policies don't just exist on paper. They impact real students and real people. And one day, when history looks back on this moment, I hope it sees that you stood on the right side, that you chose empathy over ignorance, courage over comfort, humanity over hate. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Argot, do we have any public comment for the general items this evening?
We have a number of
Or not general.
public comments for business items,
Business.
some electronic and some in person. Which would you prefer to do first?
Can we do the electronic first?
Okay. Darian Arena expressed her support for Board Policy 123.2. Brandy and Oliver Brandel expressed support for Board Policy 123.2. Dana Cox approved support for approving a policy ensuring fair competition and safety for student athletes. Catherine Deanne shared opposition to adopting Board Policy 123.2. Patty Geip expressed opposition to the proposed sex-based distinction in athletics policy. Robert Hassler supports policy adopting 123.2 to ensure fair competition for female in sports. Brian Eagle shared opposition to approving a policy allowing the district to enforce segregation of students in athletic programs. Kelly Pennypacker expressed concerns about the idea of allowing males to compete against females. Nancy Reeser shared opposition to Board Policy 123.2. Mary Ryan Kerr shared opposition to Board Policy 123.2. Jennifer Shade expressed support for Board Policy 123.2. Jessica Zellers shared opposition to the proposed policy on sex-based distinctions in athletics. All of these comments were shared with the board in advance through email. These should all be business item public comments.
Perfect. Thank you. Andrew Bowman. Good evening.
Hello. Why is this? Hang on. So I'd like to start by reading an excerpt from the Board Policy 123, just regular 123 here, Interscholastic Athletics. Interscholastic athletics has the potential for being an exceptional educational tool. The excitement, competition, and social opportunities inherent in these programs offer a special way to help student athletes of both sexes reach many of the goals commonly held for secondary school. The athletic program of the West Shore School District will consist of these activities designed for boys and girls aimed at the development of wholesome competition, physical aspects of human growth and development, athletic excellence, pride in school and community, and self-esteem. In other words, the position of the West Shore School District is that student athletics are more than just competition. They're a community building social activity. And right now we are potentially minutes away from deciding who is and is not worthy of participation in those activities. Youth sports are an important part of community building. I mean, social media has kind of destroyed that on a local level, but youth sports has been one of the things that survives. There's a reason that the main example of American cultural desegregation is Jackie Robinson, and not like a singer or a newscaster or someone. What we are doing with this policy is we are taking away these opportunities from certain students and placing targets on them because saying these people are a problem because they're different. Why? I don't know. We don't have to do this. We're taking an issue with so many shades of gray and making it black and white. There are intersex kids. There are kids who will be on HRT. There are going to be situations where having a kid practice with their preferred gender would be much less of a problem and is actually a compromise that many executive order compliant organizations do employ. None of that's in here. And at this point, I have to wonder if that's because the board doesn't respect these people. I understand that we can't have open season, obviously. Like that's kind of the principle that's been presented as why we need this policy, but we do need respect. And if the board's not going to respect students, and so we can follow an executive order and ignore the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, I don't get why we're asking for a tax increase, because we're just going to spend the money on the lawsuit. I've asked twice up here about simple reconciliations that can be made to this policy to try to bridge the gap, to understand your perspective, to take that and make it so we don't put out this target, just another way for kids with low self-esteem to be picked on. But we're still here arguing about it, and it really makes me question what the hell we're doing. Thank you.
Next is Chris Kim, please. Did I say your last name correct? Kim, please. Chris. It's Kim, please. Perfect. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, this is my first meeting. So first thing I want to say is the three students that spoke, I thought they did a good job. They were articulated their point. They had some valid points. They weren't just up here screaming. I disagree with them, but I just wanted to say they did a nice job. So I'm here with some facts, because a lot of this is emotion and opinion related. So I would just want to throw some facts out. Some people here tonight even said that there is no advantage for a man competing in a women's division.
Excuse me for a moment, sir. Could you please put your sign down? It can be a distraction for the public. Thank you.
I'm not a sir, I'm a ma'am.
I didn't say sir.
Yes, sir.
I said sir to him.
This is my time.
Don't be transphobic. Go fuck.
Security.
Hey.
Security can escort you out. We will not tolerate that.
I won't tolerate transphobia.
There was no transphobia.
We don't have no hate.
Kill yourself.
The crowd too, please.
Security, please. Thank you.
This is why I complimented the first three students.
Can you please back his time back?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to point out some facts. Emotion versus fact. I'm going to give you some facts. So Coach Kambick knows me. I coached track for 10 years at Harrisburg High School. Part of the narrative and the issues with gender and sex in sports is where the rubber meets the road, okay? Track is a very measurable sport. Everything you do in track is measurable. In soccer, it's hard to figure out who the best player on the field is. In track, you know. There's a stopwatch. Something is measured. So the fastest 100-meter sprint on record is Florence Griffith Joyner, the fastest woman in the history of the world. Okay, very impressive. 10.49 seconds. No one in this room is going to touch that, male or female. However, Usain Bolt's world record time is 9.58 seconds, a full second faster. Why is that? If there's no advantage, why is he a second faster? The fastest female 100 time in recorded history would be fourth best in the 2024 PIAA Boys Track and Field Championship against high school boys. So to put that in perspective, boys between 18 and 25, the fastest female 100 there'd be about 200 boys faster than her. So not that that's not an impressive achievement, but the boys do have an advantage, and men and women. Same thing for something like shot put, where PIAA state champion last year was 40 feet 2 inches by a girl. That's very impressive. Every high school team has a 40-foot boys shot putter. Last time I coached, we had 3. Okay, 3 doesn't even get you into districts. 3 doesn't even 40 feet doesn't even win you a dual meet right now. The girl who won shot put last year was 40 feet. The boy was 61 feet 10. Now, another interesting statistic you all may not know about shot put, the boy's shot is heavier. It weighs 12 pounds. The girl's shot weighs 8.8 pounds. So there are advantages. And it's not about excluding people. It's just about being in the right division, in your lane, because there are these advantages. And women, especially in athletics, are protected. Title IX protects women's athletics opportunities because the men have these advantages. These policies, someone said about, we don't even have any issues. Well, yet they're happening. They just haven't happened here yet. And how many does it take for you to care? Maybe one's too many. You're taking an opportunity away from a female that is entitled to that opportunity. So there's no exclusion. No one's saying, hey, transgender, you can't do this. We're saying you can do it. You're just going to do it on this team or this team. Not do it. Just so we're clear on that. Someone also mentioned equal pay. College can get paid now, but a lot of pay is based on percentage of revenue, which typically the men have a higher percentage of revenue because they're performing at a higher level. They're more competitive, bringing in. So the female teams actually get a higher percentage of revenue than the men's team. The men just gross more revenue. That's the issue on that. So, we've all heard about the Leah Thomases. Team USA Soccer had 3 years where they were undefeated, 2016, 17, and 18. And 2017, they lost to a team of 14-year-old boys in Dallas, Texas, 5-2. So again, I'm not trying to put down women here. I'm just trying to illustrate factually that yes, there are differences performance-wise between men and women. And I try to use high-end statistics so that it's apples to apples. I'm not comparing myself to FloJo.
Your time, I'm sorry to interrupt you for doing that, but
Hard
your
to
time is up.
Yes. So thank you, everybody.
Daniel Davis.
Evening. I just had a couple comments, two on the budget. One, I was looking over some of your, you have your budget comparison paper that you're using for comparison between this year's budget and the proposed budget for next year. And that doesn't match up with your monthly expenditures list budget numbers. And I was just wondering why that was. I know you guys don't answer questions here, but maybe if that could be addressed, or maybe an email later. I don't know if you guys do that. The second thing that I think bleeds into the sports policy is the fact that the special ed numbers, as far as learning assistance and things like emotional support, learning support for blind or hearing impaired children support, is the second highest item on our budget list. And emotional support help is the second highest in that category. To me, that bleeds into the sports policy, which is the other thing I'd like to touch on briefly. I played sports my entire life. I got into wrestling, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I have two sons in wrestling. We talk about competition in sports. Competition in sports deals with facts, and a lot of times we introduce handicaps for the sake of competition. That's why with wrestling, you step on the scale, you're at weight or you're not. If you're 1 ounce over, you do not wrestle. Period. End of story. So we discriminate in all kinds of things. Are you going to say we're discriminating against heavy people? No. You want to wrestle, that's your weight category. Same goes for a lot of sports. So when we make a distinction between men and women, like the previous gentleman pointed out, that's dealing with facts. Transgender people are part of our community. They deserve love, respect. They deserve to be cared for, understood. They deserve to be taken into account when we say things, when we do things, and how we act. But when we're dealing with sports and head-to-head competition, we need to deal with facts, not beliefs. And that's what this policy deals with when it distinguishes on sex. That is a factual thing that you can verify and can be proven. And that's what we should distinguish on when we're dealing with sports and we're dealing with head-to-head competition. I think that our school districts in general have gotten too far away from facts and have gotten into feelings, into emotions, into beliefs, and we have trouble even telling kids what is true and what is not true. And I think that is leading to an emotional epidemic in our communities. Thank you.
Next we have, and please forgive me, I'm trying to read this. Is it Catherine Dean Barrick? Please correct me if I don't get it right.
No, you actually got it correctly. It is Dean.
Okay, thank you.
So
welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to discuss Board Policy 123.2, and I first off would like to quote the fact sheet put out by the Education Law Center titled Equity in School Sports for Transgender, Gender Diverse, and Intersex Students. This was put out August of last year. Playing sports provides many direct and indirect benefits to young people, and these benefits must be equitably offered to all students in public schools, including transgender, non-binary, and intersex students. But in Pennsylvania, these students are instead being targeted through proposed statewide legislation, and multiple school districts are considering implementing policies that prevent students from participating in a school sports team that aligns with their gender identity. The foundation's premise of sports ban policies that trans girls are not real girls and trans boys are not real boys is based on discriminatory stereotypes prohibited by Title IX and the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, and antithetical to the mission of public schools to provide safe environments, equitable opportunities to all students. These policies harm transgender, non-binary, and intersex students and other students who do not conform to sex stereotypes as well. Significantly, these policies are likely to disproportionately harm Black girls and other girls of color who are also subjected to racist and sexist stereotypes associated with femininity and whiteness. The other thing that I would like to mention in relation to the desire for facts is one of the, if not the only longitudinal study performed on trans athletes was performed by Joanne Harper in 2015. Her study is titled Race Times for Transgender Athletes. It was published by Common Grounds Research Network in 2015. Anyone is more than willing to look it up. The results of this study were found to be, quote, "It is understandably true that trans women will maintain advantages in some sports, probably not so much in endurance sports, but in size and strength sports. Trans women will also have some physiological disadvantages. Our larger frames are now being powered by reduced muscle mass and reduced aerobic capacity that can lead to disadvantages in terms like quickness, recovery, endurance, and things that maybe aren't quite as obvious as being bigger or stronger." Again, that is the only, one of, if not the only, longitudinal study performed for trans athletes. But we're not talking about adults. We are talking about children K through 12. If there is a concern about how to include these individuals within sports that align with their gender identity, there are methods to do so. Some examples include a letter from a psychiatrist and 2 years of being on HRT. There are options and avenues that can be taken to include these people and make all parties happy. It does not have to be a blanket ban. And by having this be a blanket ban, you are doing the antithesis that you sought to achieve when you entered this office, which is to provide students with a well-rounded education and opportunities and care that only a school district can provide. I ask you to reconsider your policy.
Sandra Gonzalez.
Someone want to restart that time?
Thank
you. I have 2 biracial granddaughters in this school district, and I want you to protect them in the locker room. I want to know when they go in a locker room, if they're playing a sport, that they are in there changing and showering with other girls. I don't want my granddaughter, I'm taking a different take than some of these other folks. I want the personal space that's shared during sporting events protected for our girls. You may have transgender students, athletes in this district, but you have locker rooms full of girls that potentially would be forced, like Riley Gaines talked about when she had to compete against a transgender athlete, where all the girls were subject to have to change in front of that athlete, and they were mortified. This is something that will traumatize our girls, and I guarantee you, I will pull my granddaughters out of the district for such a policy. My one granddaughter came here last year to Redland School to swim, and she went into the locker room. I want to know if a 2nd grade young man identifies as a trans girl, if 2nd graders are going to have to change in that locker room at the swimming pool with these other students. Where does it stop? We do want to protect people's rights. What about if you have one transgender student in the locker room and you have 22 young ladies? Where are their rights? Where is the consideration for their psychological well-being? And then when you look at athletes, like when Will Thomas competed, he was not ranked well. When he competed as Leah, he ranked number 1. Like it or not, men are stronger. If athletes take testosterone, if they take hormones, they get banned. Men naturally have that advantage over women. This goes far beyond, are we persecuting someone, aren't we? Are we protecting someone? There are many ways to look at this subject. And one transgender student in a locker room with 22 young ladies, I say again, where is their protection? And then they're made to feel like a bigot if they're uncomfortable changing in front of someone who has different body parts, and then they're ridiculed. Where does it stop? This can be looked at from, listen, I don't think any of you up here have bad intentions. I don't. I think you guys are trying to figure this out. But there's a lot more to this. My little second grade granddaughter would have been traumatized had she been someone tried to convince her that it's perfectly natural that a fellow student with other body parts, it's okay. That person doesn't identify like that. It's okay. Like, where does it stop? Including in the restrooms. Think about this. Think about it gravely as you're making these decisions. It's not an easy decision. Thank you.
Bill Grimlich. I just want to give a reminder that we need to be quiet while others are speaking, please.
Good evening, West Shore School Board and administration. Speaking on behalf of about 30 friends who either couldn't make it here tonight or they just don't have the courage to attend some of these meetings, and acquaintances in the Harrisburg area, we all agree that biological men should not be in women's sports. There are too many dangerous situations that can occur. Number one, men are generally physically stronger by nature of design. Men should not be in women's locker rooms or showers. And we have had many instances where women can't achieve their goals and achievements, like Riley Gaines and the boxing and the Olympics, and Riley Gaines swimming in the University of Penn. I've heard her speak at the Pennsylvania Family Institute, and she is very inspiring. She has no hate, and it's just that she tells the facts. I mean, she saw what she saw, and she doesn't need to see that. And track and field in high school. The administration should support the board with the policy that biological men should not be competing in women's sports. They should not be in women's bathrooms and should not be in women's showers. Let's use common sense and morality for this decision. More people will be in charter schools, like what Sandra said, or homeschooling if you get this decision wrong. I'm talking to the board. The majority of American citizens do not want men and women's sports, as you saw. The Pennsylvania Senate just came down with a ruling the other day. It has to go to the House, though. Thank you for your understanding. And let's get back to reading, writing, and arithmetic. I don't know why we're talking about these sexual issues in second grade, third grade, middle school, or high school. That's after you're 18 or 21. Why are we keep talking about this stuff? This is a distraction from the school district, what it's intended for, not bathroom issues and all these different psychological stuff. First place for children to achieve their highest potential so they are prepared further for their future job opportunities. And nobody anymore at these board meetings talks about why they're in this school district. I mean, yeah, to be an athlete, but reading, writing, and arithmetic and to learn and to achieve your goals in society so you become a better person, not these psychological issues. Thank you for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you. Danielle Gross.
And before I start, I did get some messages from some people who keep overhearing people talking and in the feed, just so you know. Thanks. I'm here to oppose this policy. I'm not going to try to oppose the semantics of this bill. You've heard enough of that tonight. But I wanted to talk about it in terms of some principles that I think a lot of us have in common, regardless of where you stand politically. I'm not from here, but I grew up in Cambria County, which is very similar to this area, if not more conservative. And one of the principles I was raised with was to do things once and right, not half. I'll say halfway. I'll censor myself for the audience. To say that you'll do things and to follow through, to not be afraid of hard decisions, and to do what's right even when it's not what you want. These are all principles and ideals that a lot of us share. And the way the board majority is doing this policy really violates a lot of those principles. I've heard rumblings that this policy still isn't perfect. So why pass it tonight? Why do it halfway? if you're going to revise it or if you're going to change it. In prior discussions, board members insisted that this policy would not and could not exclude anyone, but the discussion last month revealed explicitly that this policy excludes intersex students, that there are no provisions for them. So it's saying one thing, doing another, something that I think none of us agree with. Last month, Brian Geiswhite asked specifically about the harm in pushing this back just one more month to get the policy right, to do it right the first time. His question was completely avoided. No one answered his question other than to say, we've been at this long enough. There was no answer to his question saying, what is the harm in pushing this back one more month to get it right the first time? And this is the first policy in my 4+ years of watching the board meetings. I've been watching and attending board meetings longer than many of you have been attending them, quite frankly. This is the first policy in my time watching and observing the board where a policy did not get the full 30-day period for a review. So this is a step backwards for transparency and accountability to the public as well. This policy's cut short a couple days. The next policy, you're going to make it 3 weeks instead of 30 days. And before you know it, you're passing policies out of committee and voting on them the same night. This is a step backwards for transparency, and it is not providing the public the transparency that they deserve. Even if you agree with this policy, as I'm sure there are some of you here today that would like to see it, we all want to see politicians who uphold these principles instead of running away from them or throwing them away when they're convenient to get a policy that they want to see happen. And tonight, and in the past months, Mr. Brinton, Mrs. Davis, Mrs. Thomas, and Mrs. Brent are practicing politics and putting our district at risk and violating many of the ideals they claim to uphold in the process.
Thank you, Christy Harmon.
Hello, good evening, everybody. First of all, I would just like to thank the board. I would like to thank Mandy. I would like to thank Heidi and Brenda and Kelly and David for making this policy and for dealing with all the harassment throughout this whole time you guys been on here. Your jobs, your families, your children, everything. And I'd like to answer Sandra's question when she said, when does it stop? It stopped when we elected you guys. You guys were chosen for this time to protect our children. It's common sense. Boys are stronger than girls, okay? We are their parents. We need to protect them. You saw the incident with the F word and I'm going to kill you. This is the state we have made our community. Our kids are confused. It ends tonight. We need to protect our children. People in the community on both sides are tired of this crap. We have been in here for a whole year with this LGBTQ. People do not want to attack the LGBTQ. People are caring and loving, but when it comes to our children in sports, it's common sense. Men are stronger. Stop this nonsense. This is ridiculous. I can't believe, and they're like, we haven't had enough time, all this gaslighting. We've been talking about this for months. Did you guys see our test scores? We talk about all the time. Our test scores, our kids cannot read or write, but yet we don't even know what a girl is. Come on. I thank you guys. I know this is a hard decision, but you guys were handpicked, and I know that you'll make the right decision, and we support you 100%. Thank you.
Dr. Tara Kirkner.
Thank you. Hello, board members. Thank you for allowing me to speak briefly. I wanted to thank you all for all the time and energy that you put into the work that you do for this school district. It's actually awe-inspiring. the time and effort that each of you, everyone puts in, either side, doesn't matter. Never realized it until you start attending and realize how many meetings and agendas and emails and everything that you guys do. I just wanted you to know that the constituents that voted you into office are proud of the work that you are doing and support your efforts for our children. With that being said, I'm here to voice my support of the school board going forward in favor of Board Policy 123.2, sex-based differences in athletics. Just this week, the Senate approved the Senate Bill 9 titled Save Women's Sports Act. It was bipartisan with the goal of preserving athletic teams designed for women to biological females in Pennsylvania's K-12 and collegiate sports. The bill states that school athletic teams designated for women may not be open to those of the male sex. The legislation defines sex as the biological distinction between male and female based on reproductive biology and genetic makeup. We work so hard for Title IX, and our girls deserve to be protected with fair rights to competition and safety, as well as equal opportunities to earn scholarships, win championships, and pursue their dreams on an equal playing field. By allowing males who have chosen to present themselves as female to compete against actual girls is anti-feminist and pro-patriarchal. The fact that we as a country even have to have our highest level of government discuss the possibility of a physically and hormonally advanced male attempt to take the spot of a female on any athletic stage is beyond illogical and is very saddening. It's like telling girls that they are not as important or that their value doesn't matter. Allowing biological males to participate in female sports isn't defined as inclusion. It's exclusion of the very group of people, our girls, that Title IX was created to protect. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry Mickle.
Good evening. I am here tonight to talk about the need for competent student-centered leadership and what we stand to lose if we focus on distractions. This morning, the York Daily Record published an article that reported a 32% increase in student homelessness in York County over the past 3 years. Student homelessness in York County increased nearly a third over the past 3 years. At West Shore School District, this number has increased from 70 to 149 for an increase of 114%. And it becomes alarmingly real when you are behind a school bus at a local motel and you see children getting on a bus whose families are living day to day without the stability of a permanent home. These students come to school tired, anxious, and often hungry. Their ability to learn is compromised before they even step in the classroom. At the same time, we're seeing a dramatic rise in students reporting anxiety, depression, and trauma, yet our schools are not adequately staffed with counselors, social workers, and supports that our students need. This isn't theoretical, it's real. It's happening, and it's impacting children in our district every day. And yet, instead of focusing our time, energy, and taxpayer resources on addressing these critical needs, the school board is poised to adopt an athletics policy modeled after those created by the Independence Law Center, despite no existing case or complaint in the district that requires such action. There is no evidence of a current need for this policy. Instead, it serves as a solution looking for a problem. This kind of political theater is a distraction. While we spend time talking about ideologically driven policies, students are sleeping in cars, bouncing between temporary housing, and walking into our schools carrying invisible, very adult-sized burdens. They need our help, not performative governance. Competent leadership means understanding the real issues that affect learning and doing the hard work of addressing them. Our students need leadership that listens, learns, and acts, instead of chasing headlines and political wins. I urge the board to refocus its priorities, choose competent leadership, and start solving real problems in the West Shore School District. Thank you.
Next, we have Melissa Olson.
evening. I come before you as a mother. Happy Mother's Day to all of those on the board who are mothers, and congratulations on being a grandmother. I come in support of policy 123.2, particularly like the way it's worded in E3A, where there's a question of risk posed to opponents or a possible significant competitive advantage. The way this is worded provides a fair competitive playing field for our girls. And as a mother who also played sports in high school and college on a competitive basis, I believe this is really about protecting those girls that come behind us. We do want them to have the opportunity to win medals. We want them to have the opportunity to compete fairly on a fair basis. So as a mother, again, and as a competitor at heart, there are differences biologically between biologically born males and biologically born females. And I stand in support and wholeheartedly congratulate you for standing up for this bill and coming through it. Not this bill, but this policy. Also, to kind of say that you're not alone, the Senate just passed bipartisan Bill SB 9. Again, that's supporting Title IX, opportunity for women's sports. So again, this is a conversation happening in Pennsylvania. We know that Hempfield passed a similar bill to protect their girls so that, you know, anyone can't just go out and take the medals that we're trying to protect for women's and girls sports. Doesn't mean we don't love transgender children. And I think people try to paint us in one or another bucket. I believe love does conquer all. And I believe I love my girl and I love my boy, who are both playing in West Shore competitive sports. Both of them are playing at a competitive level, and we want the PIAA sports to continue both for our kids, and we want to protect that. So basically, you know, there are stats, and some people have brought them, but there is one that we haven't heard tonight. By March 2024, over 600 female athletes had lost nearly 900 medals to transgender competitors in international competitions. So we, again, as mothers, as parents, want to protect our girls. It doesn't mean we love anyone any less. In fact, we love and we would die for our kids. I know there are other mothers in here that would die for their children. So to stand up for a policy and for all of you coming together to work through this, I commend you and I thank you. And happy Mother's Day.
Casey Reed.
Tonight, the Board of Directors will be voting on a policy regarding the integrity of girls' sports. Athletics have always been divided into categories, usually several categories simultaneously for any single sporting event: age, weight class, sex, physical and mental health status, amateur versus pro, etc. These divisions, mandated by common sense, science, decency, fairness, and competitive integrity, have always gone without saying until recent years, when extreme and destructive ideologies have imposed their personal vendettas on the rest of civilization. This has resulted in an epidemic of cowardly, weak, abusive, and predatory men unable to compete with other men, invading women's athletics and robbing them of their rights to fair and honest competition. These men have been given awards for winning competitions illegitimately, depriving the best female athletes of their duly earned recognition. To no one's surprise, the same gender chicanery never happens in reverse due to the clear and obvious differences between males and females. These differences are well known to everyone, despite the feeble attempts by some to make empirically false claims of natural physical equality. While it's not time feasible to list all the specifics currently, suffice to say that pertaining to overall physical athletic skills and abilities, size, strength, speed, endurance, etc., The average young adult female athlete in her physical prime in her 20s is the exact equivalent of an average 14-year-old boy. In other words, allowing males of post-adolescent ages to compete against females of the same age is precisely equal to allowing young adult male athletes in their physical prime in their 20s to compete against 7th and 8th grade boys in middle school sports. Sadly, a few other irrefutably obvious facts need to be stated due to the corruption of the current zeitgeist. The aforementioned differences in physical abilities and stature are only a result of physical reality. In other words, only biological sex, as defined by one's natural-born chromosomes, genitalia, and reproductive organs, are factors in these matters. Facts don't care about one's feelings, but a sane and upright person's feelings will align itself with the facts. So-called gender identities that deny physical reality exist only in the realms of imagination, fetish, desire, fantasy, and contrarian impulses. Such counterproductive and destructive fictions have no place for consideration when making decisions affecting the health and well-being of our girls. Lastly, please don't allow yourselves to be gaslit by allowing the physical biological reality of intersex, aka hermaphrodite, to be falsely associated and grouped in with artificially constructed gender identities. The former is a physical biological reality affecting only 1 out of every 250,000 people and is merely a combination of the two genders in the
Reed.
reality-based exclusive male-female binary.
Mr. Reed.
Yeah.
We ask that you not use the term hermaphrodite because to people in here it is
The medical
considered a
scientific
slur.
term. All right, I know people don't like reality, but yeah, but I'm done with that anyway. The latter is embraced by 1 out of every 58 people due to mental illness, contrarian impulses, attention-seeking, social rewards from the current cultural zeitgeist, and other illegitimate factors pertaining to physical reality. I implore this board to make the irrefutably obvious correct vote tonight, both morally and intellectually. Protect our girls and the integrity and fairness of their sports by disallowing boys from competing with them. Use common sense, science, logic, reason, and moral fiber as your guide, rejecting deviancy, degeneracy, self-indulging bloviation, and insanity. Make the source of spiritual light your choice, discarding the realms of darkness. This is exclusively and only about the safety of our girls and protecting them from unfair and invasive competition in their sports. To state otherwise is both disingenuous and sinister. Good night and God bless.
Kevin, do I just move? I'm moving along. Okay. We are moving on to Mariana Reed.
Look, there are right slurs and wrong slurs here.
Good evening, board. I will try to be very brief, and I will encourage the board to vote in common sense policies like supporting a level playing field for biological female athletes.
Yeah, take her time out so she gets her time to speak. And maybe reset back to 4.
I will make this clear. If you guys cannot get it under control, we will gavel this and we will go to recess. Now, I have looked at my attorney and he has told me to continue it on. Thank you. And we can restart her time because I haven't heard a stinking thing she said.
Thank you to the board. I will be very brief tonight, and I will encourage the board to vote in common sense policies like supporting a level playing field for biological female athletes. Every young lady deserves a fair shot at competition, a safe place to grow, and the confidence that their privacy is protected. By passing common sense policies now, the school board has a real opportunity to safeguard the integrity of girls' sports and ensure that every player feels respected and secure. This isn't about exclusion. It's about creating clear, fair guidelines that allow young women to compete without hesitation, focus on their sport, and build the sportsmanship and confidence that athletes should provide. The time to act is now. Your vote tonight can support these athletes and reinforce the values of fairness and privacy that can help them succeed. I also want to thank the board for their hard work on this policy. Okay, the wording was excellent. I saw a lot of fairness, okay, in this policy. And again, this is not about exclusion, okay? It's making sure that everybody is protected and safe and that Title IX is protected because Title IX was created to protect women's sports. So with all that, ladies, happy Mother's Day. Congratulations, Mrs. Cox and Mrs. Turney for becoming grandmothers. Okay. And have a good evening. I'm sorry. I am so sorry, Mrs. Branch. Hey, prophecy. I don't know. So have a good evening, folks.
Wait, she came back in.
Kirsten Salvatore.
Tonight, I would like to focus not on the content of the proposed policy. Many have spoken about that many times, and honestly, I feel like whatever we're saying is falling on deaf ears. I want to focus on the process of this policy, though. Yes, this policy has bounced back and forth. Anyone that's been paying attention knows the overall content, regardless of the semantics of it. But our district typically allows for a full 30 days of a policy to be put on public review as it stands for all comments. There's been different variations of this policy when it comes to the semantics. We have not had this full version for a full 30 days. I know that there's not a exact law or regulation or a policy about policies, but on good practice, we've had things on review for 30 days for feedback. We've, over the past however many months, have brought questions many times that are not getting addressed. We're going to be making decisions that affect actual real students and real families, both ends of whatever agreement or beliefs you may have. The vulnerable ones are the ones that we owe our respect to most, of making sure that we have this done right. We need to have an adequate time to have transparent governance that respects our community voices, to be able to have proper input for this policy. This policy has not followed that process. Again, it's been bouncing back and forth. It's been rushed. It's been brought up of how it's rushed and why does it need to be rushed. It is also not allowing the stakeholders to have full proper engagement for what the current version of the policy states and is. If we're going to be making decisions that affect real students and families, we need to have that proper time. And let's be honest, while this may appear on the surface as a standalone policy, it's not just about athletics. It's going to be setting as a precedent. It's going to open the door to many other policies that are going to be of a similar nature, similar divide, similar restrictions and limitations when it comes to a grouping of our students. It's going to be a slippery slope, and it's going to be a dangerous one that could set up the district to also face more complaints, more legal issues. We don't want that. We want everyone to try to come up with a better way. We're not saying don't have any kind of policy. We're saying be inclusive, be understanding. We don't see anything when it comes to certain group members of our student body. We are supposed to be here focusing on the children, all of the children, not just the children that are socially acceptable by some members over other members. Rushing this vote, disregarding standard procedure, and pushing through a policy that targets an already marginalized group is not going to be helping anything. It's going to actually put more risk and more harm. We're talking about trying to be proactive on what could be potential issues, because there's issues everywhere else. Where are the actual issues with our school, with this policy as it is right now? We don't have any official issues or complaint, but I can say that passing this type of policy, it's not going to be a potential. It's going to be a reality. It will bring more harm than good. I strongly urge you, delay the vote, respect the process, do it the right way, give it more time, try to get in a way that we're not being discriminatory about anyone or exclusion. We want to make sure that no one is being left out. Everyone's included in not just a this way or that way only. We have to have some other type of a middle ground and not rush it. Right now, the biggest issue is it's being rushed, and that is harming the students. Keep the students, all of them, in mind. Thank you.
Jeremy Samick.
Hi, I want to talk real quick about the transparency issue that's been brought up a few times. You all have been talking about this policy since January. There has been robust discussion, very respectful discussion, trying to come to a conclusion on how to best serve all of the students in your school. Ever since January, it's gone through multiple committee hearings. It's been discussed at the board level. There are multiple schools across this state who have simply started acting when it comes to this issue without the board ever talking about it, with administrators simply implementing whatever they want to do without it bringing it to the public to have everybody air their opinions and thoughts to try to come to the best solution that they can. So I applaud you all for taking the time to put it on the agenda, knowing that there are going to be lots of people with different opinions in doing that. The amount of transparency that you all have shown is light years beyond what most school districts in Pennsylvania have done. The other thing that I want to bring up, because it has become an issue, is the issue with the term intersex and hermaphrodite. The reason that the term hermaphrodite has become known to be a slur is because it conveys a false sense of truth. And the false sense of truth is that there are people that are somehow half and half male and half female. That's false. But sometimes people who use the term intersex to challenge a policy like this are using that same falsehood to try to cast doubt and to try to say, well, how are you going to deal with this? The truth is that there are males who have what we now call DSDs, differences in sexual development, and there are females who have DSDs. It may be physical DSD, it may be chromosomal DSD, but they are male with a DSD or they are female with a DSD. And they will be, based on this policy, it'll be the same as it has always been since everybody in this room was in high school, since all of you are in high school. Males playing the male team, females playing the female team. Very respectful. And the final thing I would add is you have a homelessness policy. It's policy 251 that the Pennsylvania School Board Association created. It's a wonderful policy, and you guys do a really good job of bending over backwards, modifying policies, easing them to serve the students who are homeless. And one of the reasons why you have students coming to this district in that predicament is because we have such a great school district. And so thank you for having that policy and taking care of those children. Girls deserve fairness, opportunity, and safety in athletics. I've reviewed this policy closely. I'm so thankful that it clearly and unequivocally protects girls' rights. It protects every student's opportunities for school sports. It protects all children from mistreatment or bullying. It's a win-win for everyone. In Pennsylvania, a male joined female track team and excluded girls from the student school and other schools. He went to the regionals and to the PIAA state championship in 2 events, excluding women from those meets, from final heats, and medals. It's a problem that's looking for a solution. In Massachusetts, 2 males now hold over 15 state records and championships that used to be held by over 10 different girls. The Department of Justice and Department of Education recently issued a joint statement, and they said that to all entities that continue to allow men to compete in women's sports and use women's intimate facilities will not allow you to get away with denying women's civil rights any longer. On April 28th, the Department of Education held that the University of Pennsylvania's policies and practices violated Title IX by denying women equal opportunities by permitting males to compete in women's intercollegiate athletics and to occupy women's only intimate facilities. And I want to leave you with the words of a famous male Olympian, Bruce Jenner, who now goes by the name Caitlin, who said, and I quote, "I oppose biological boys who are trans competing in girls' sports in schools. It just isn't fair, and we have to protect girls' sports in our schools." Thank you.
Sarah Samick.
Thank you, board members, for your service and time. Thank you especially to the ones who I, along with many other parents, voted in to protect children. And you guys have been maligned and accused for addressing an issue that absolutely needs to be addressed. You're passing a needed policy to protect all our students. It needs to be said, this policy exists only because of the created need for it. We would much rather focus on other issues. There's a lot of issues to address, and we don't enjoy coming out and having to talk about these issues. But it is necessary, unfortunately, this policy is, because not having this sort of policy does create victims, and that needs to be addressed. Our current and future female athletes deserve your action today to protect the rights for them to compete against only other biologically female athletes, not against those who are biologically male. A vote against this policy is a vote for more bodily harm to our female athletes, and a vote to continue replacing them on teams and in championships and on podiums with biological males who want to compete under a female name or in female dress. Just because it hasn't happened in this district doesn't mean it won't. And so we need to address that before it does. These injustices have happened all over this country to countless female athletes. And on top of that, they have been further attacked for even speaking up about it. Not only will passing this policy protect females, it also will protect the females who identify as male, and it will shield them from the pressures and challenges of competing on male teams. Gender activist solutions for sports is bad for all females, no matter how they identify. The only people who win are males who get to steal opportunities from females. As the adults in this room, we need to make sure that these injustices do not happen here to any more young women, and that includes the ones obviously residing in our district. Woman and girl are not arbitrary labels, nor a costume. Being a woman actually means a scientific truth. I am an adult human female, and my daughter is a young human female. No one should be given the ability to erase our daughters from competition under their category. Failing to vote for this policy is to look away from the suffering and injustices women have experienced from these unrestrained abuses. I don't doubt there are a lot of people here on both sides that have empathy for the plight of others, especially children. We want children to be able to fit in and pursue their interests and talents, to achieve dreams and goals they've worked hard for and have aspired to. However, our empathy and desire to be kind and even be perceived as kind can lead us only one of two different ways. Either our empathy leads us to true compassion, which supports truth and justice, or our empathy can actually lead us to propping up lies and tolerating chaos based on subjective realities that end up actually negatively affecting and oppressing others. Passing this policy, which will protect and guard the bodies, minds, dreams, and work of women in sports, is an act of honesty and justice and understanding. So thank you for standing up for our women athletes in the West Shore School District and daring to say that the emperor has no clothes. Courage leads to more courage, so do not be intimidated. To some of you, please do not enable abuses against women and create more victims by failing to address the impact the trans movement has had on women's sports. We encourage you to reject pushing an agenda that can hurt others and instead promote true compassion by passing this policy and considering those that it does victimize not having it. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. If it would be okay if that we have a little bathroom break before we begin the business items. I know there's some board members that need to use the bathroom or maybe even some.
Get a drink.
That is the end of the comments. Yes. You're welcome.
Okay, well, they're taking a little intermission here. So we'll come in and chat for just a few minutes here. Brandy, that was a long comment section.
Mm-hmm.
And we got a long way to go yet.
Yeah.
So, Celeste, I don't know if you're watching. Hopefully she's watching. Someone tell her to go watch. They're at an intermission right now. They're currently at a bathroom break. But wow, the conservatives have come out in force tonight.
Yeah. I honestly think that's the most I've seen ever.
Yeah. Wow. That was, I mean, it's great to see that. Like, it's great to see that. Like, clearly people got the message to get out and support the board. And I think that that's what was needed tonight more than anything. How about also a little drama tonight so far? How about the person getting removed
The only person I've ever seen removed was somebody from he's not even from our district, but he is from up north. I was as part of a parenting group, and he was speaking, and they were going to call the police on him and have him escorted out.
Yeah, and it seemed like they were almost going to do that here. I couldn't believe that they were. And how about let's use that as a segue to Mandy, who's gaveling the meeting. She's the vice president currently, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Mandy.
Yeah, if that's who it is, if it's Mandy it was gaveling the meeting, man, who she is doing phenomenal keeping control of that room. Just unbelievable. It's so great to see someone stand up. And even if it's not Mandy, I don't care who it is. It's great to see whoever it is stand up and control the room that has potential to get out of control quickly. I have no doubt
I'm pretty sure it was Mandy. She's the one that I think Dr. Stoltz addressed as Miss Davis.
Yeah, I think you're right. And if that's her, we hopefully will be able to confirm that here once we get back to the meeting at some point, but or once they get back to the meeting, we can see who's sitting there. I cannot believe what we've seen so far, though. And this is only the public comment section. They haven't even gotten to the policy itself yet.
This is only business items. So
Yeah.
the very next thing is the policy.
Yeah, and then of course, let's not forget that at the end of the meeting there are more public comments, and I expect I don't know how many conservatives will stay to comment afterwards. It seems like everybody wanted to comment before the policy was voted on, which I agree with. Great decision to talk before the policy. That way it gives the board the confidence they need to vote this in. So, and I'm going to use this as an opportunity also to plug my episode 88, Trans Women Dominating Women's Sports, because it's obviously the main topic tonight. But in that episode, I provide, just like some of the speakers who have done tonight, provide factual evidence as to why men should not compete with women. And even Leah Thomas is a perfect example. In the men's, he wasn't even ranked in the top 10,000 or in the top 1,000 when he competed as a man. As a woman, he went to number 1. Hello. Okay. And one of the other ones that is one of my favorite ones to cite is the fact that the female, is it soccer or basketball team? I want to say the female soccer team, Olympic female winning soccer team, lost a match to a male high school soccer team. Okay. There is a difference. That's just the way it is. That's the way God intended it. Boy, are they really going to hate that statement, Brandy.
Right.
But that is the way it is. So, that's
truth hurts.
Yeah, that's just the way it is. And like somebody else said, this is not about hate. A lot of the liberal speakers were really trying to paint all the conservatives or anybody against this policy with the same brush, that you're a bigot or you hate these kids or whatever. And it's not about hate at all. Actually, for me, it's about getting them the help they need, because it's a problem. It's an illness. It's a mental illness. It needs to be addressed. It doesn't need to be placated. So, yeah, some of the liberals just it's not about hate. It's never been about hate. I don't hate these kids. I feel bad for them, and I hope and I pray for them and hope that they get the help that they need so they can cope with who they are, because some of these people, likely have parents that don't really help them stay confused. They're confused, and their parents they don't do anything to help them with that. Mariana just messaged me and said 3 minutes, so they should be back here in just a moment or two.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that boxer, I think he has now been banned.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of reports.
Like just
a lot
recently.
of them. Yes, the ones that are recent are the ones that people want to pay attention to, because I believe that is actually, if I'm not mistaken, just always check the source material, because I've been seeing that report for a year, but it's just been recently that they banned some of these people and decided to change the medal issue and stuff. So yeah, that it's been recent, like in the last couple of months, I believe. But all the talk and all the memes and all that was before that was just it was just nonsense. So, but it actually did change. And you can see I got the ticker across the bottom. I can use this opportunity to plug my storefront, bonfire.com/store. the Boiling Point Podcast. You can't see the shirt I'm wearing right now. I don't have my seat raised up high enough at the moment, but we have lots of different apparel. Go pick something up. I'm wearing the one that has the eagle on the back of it, our Boiling Point Podcast eagle. So pick up some apparel if you want to support us. Pick up that a t-shirt, sweatshirt, and many, many other products. They should be back here in just a couple of minutes, 2 minutes or so. Again, we are just getting in. We're just now going to be having the vote on the policy. And I want to be honest with you. I think there's still a 50-50 chance that if they vote this policy in, that the room erupts and they have to gavel the meeting closed.
Yeah.
So I even if they vote this policy in, if they don't vote this policy in, the conservatives could erupt. You know what I mean? Like there's still a 50-50 shot either way that once this vote happens, that they have to gavel the meeting closed or take another recess because they need to get control of the room or get security or even this is just speculation, of course. I don't know. All I'm saying is I've never actually had to see somebody, or maybe one time Kelly had to do it, but getting the security involved to remove someone
Right.
is crazy alone. And of course, this person accused him saying, "I'm not a sir, I'm a ma'am," with this deep voice like I got. Okay, I'm a ma'am too.
And she wasn't even talking to them.
And she didn't even say sir or ma'am. She didn't address. She said, "You can't have that sign in here.
She
You need
didn't
to take it out."
address. She didn't address that person. She addressed the man that was sitting at the table. She said, "Sir,"
then that was for
she
that
said,
person
"Sir, can you
too.
hang
So
on
there
a
you go.
second?" And then said they asked if they could remove.
Oh,
the
you're right.
sign.
Yeah, you're right. She did say sir to the man at the table. Yeah. But when she was addressing the person who
didn't.
I'm going to call another sir, who
Right.
didn't like being called a sir, thought that the sir was meant for him, but of course it wasn't.
Right.
You know, when she addressed him, it was just, "Hey, you can't have the sign in here. You need to take it down or leave." And then he went off on, "I'm not a sir." And then whoever it is, if it's Mandy, great. I mean, she called for security immediately. As soon as he started talking back, she gabbled and was like, "Security, remove him." I thought that was perfect. That's the way to keep control of a meeting like this. Because if you don't have a firm hand on a meeting like this, you can really run into problems. I mean, it's a powder keg. Let's be honest. Look at the comments that we've seen from both sides. I mean, it has potential to degrade into something terrible, and it's up to the board, especially the president or whoever's chairing the meeting right now, to make sure they maintain control over the room.
Right.
And that's not an easy task. I also want to point that out. That's not something just easy. Oh, you just do it. No, I'm sure that it's an unbelievably difficult task.
Did you catch what was going on when Mariana sat down?
They were starting
with Casey.
Yeah, they were. People were talking over them and stuff. Like when they sat down, they started making comments and stuff off in the.
I don't understand why. I don't understand why he can't use that term.
Oh, and the hermaphrodite. Oh, yeah. Apparently, I don't know, because some people find it. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, this is the thing, and this is something that I've always said about it. Hopefully, we got another minute yet before the meeting comes back on. The term hermaphrodite is actually a medical term that talks about somebody who has both male and female genitalia, who is born with both, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Anybody watching, correct me
That's
if
what
I'm
I've
wrong.
always known it as.
Now, the thing about it is the reason what's funny is that they hate it because
Communications.
We'll have to talk about that
and
after the
board
meeting.
reports. Does anyone have any board reports this evening? Mrs. Tierney.
I do. I have a board report, surprise, surprise, on behalf of the West Shore Foundation.
I had a feeling.
The last Saturday, we celebrated putting students first, mini golf-a-thon, and whoever made the hole that I sponsored, the one that they had to hit it in with pencils, a pox on your family, because everyone hated us for that. No, but seriously, everybody had a great time, and it raised a significant amount of money that will be turned around right back to our schools for teacher grants. So thank you for supporting that event. We heard lots of very, very positive comments. I expect you'll see it again. So I encourage everybody to come out next year.
Thank you. Mr. Cambick?
Yeah, I'll talk about facilities here. All right, we had a facilities meeting. Was that last night? Oh my goodness. Seemed like a long time ago. We spoke about the Redland campus update. Mr. Sanders gave us an update. There were some issues that need to be taken care of with the railing. Okay. I had a first meeting about planning and scoping for the second phase of the project. And Mr. Sanders, it was you or Dr. Stoltz, May 17th is an ALS walk. Would you like to say something about that?
Sure, thank you. What I had mentioned yesterday that related to facilities is the hitting facility that was installed here earlier in the spring for both baseball and softball. There is an ALS walk that begins at 9 a.m. It starts at Patriot Pizza, and the walk is up to home plate on the baseball field. And then immediately following that will be an open house and little ceremony to recognize that building.
I believe the building is called the Rob.
It is. It is called the Rob in honor of Rob Gilday.
My mind's a little clearer today without the little kids running around in my head. Okay. Natatorium. Mr. Sanders, he held his first scoping meeting with the consultant. There's a planning meeting coming up on May 20th. We will have, we're going to have stakeholders involved with it and let them put in their ideas. There's a lot of things that are still, we're trying to choose what we need to do, what has to be done. We're just in the beginning of getting the ideas of what's going to be done with the natatorium. We all are supportive of the natatorium. We're just starting to get the whole design going. Cedar Cliff campus improvements were mentioned. I believe it is ADA. Again, there's those kids again. ADA compliance, the sidewalk that goes from Cedar Cliff Drive over. And I'm not grandpa brain. Yeah, thank you. It's coming for you, Mrs. Turney. All right. Allen Middle School project update. We continue with coordination meetings and getting that done. Mr. Sanders looks so happy over there. And consultants for sound and lighting toward the facility on Monday. And we had something about the cooling tower back here for the ACE building, which deals with the air conditioning and how that needs to be replaced. All right, is there anything I missed on that?
That covers it. For those that are interested in Allen Middle School, stay tuned for a little later this evening.
Ooh, we got a teaser. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Campick, I got a question regarding the May 20th meeting. I had some questions from folks in the public with the stakeholders meeting. Exactly who's allowed to attend that meeting and how will they be informed?
We've contacted the full board of the Aquatics Club of West Shore and
Okay.
invited them to participate. And we are also working with the West Shore Rec Foundation to have their participation, along with all of our coaches and staff that are in the natatorium.
Okay.
Those are the groups that we're going to solicit feedback from.
Okay, and are there any swim parents or parents that are?
I assume that somewhere amongst the board at the Aquatics Club that their representation will gather the information from the swim parents, as well as if the board members themselves are parents. But we're looking for them to act as the proxy
Okay.
for that group.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Is there any other board reports? Okay, we're going to move on to business items.
Madam President?
Yes. Oh, did I miss you?
No, I was just good. Dr. Stoltz, would you want to make a mention of the hiring event with regard to bus drivers that's coming up? I think that might be important to put out there. Okay.
We actually have two that are in the works right now. The larger event that we're planning is May 31st. And they're still pulling together the details on that, but that's a coming soon attraction. We're also doing something specific to drivers, existing drivers and or people that are interested in going through the application process. That's less of an event, but we are having an event. We're having the hiring staff from Roar here on May 14th for anyone that needs assistance going through that paperwork process to keep things moving along.
Dr. Stoltz, could you also mention the ribbon cutting ceremony tomorrow?
Sure. There is an event tomorrow at noon at Redland where everyone is invited. I'll be there, and I know some others will be there as well. Hopefully some of you can join us up there at the campus to really kick off the next phase of campus improvements up there, and which would include a turf field on the Redland campus.
Where exactly should the public meet?
Well, weather dependent, right?
Right.
We are expecting to be outside, right out by the natatorium entrance. And if weather should be an issue, we intend to be right inside the natatorium entrance.
Perfect.
So, yep.
Are students able to attend that?
Uh,
This is just my curiosity.
assuming they are not scheduled for class,
Right. Yeah.
they may.
I didn't know
Sure.
if they would take a little special break. I mean,
Yeah.
Educational field trip. All right. Thank you. Business items. This is a reminder to remain quiet as the board members deliberate and take care of the meeting's business. Item 5A is revised board policy 123.2, sex-based differences in athletics. Dr. Argot.
Thank you. The Board Policy Committee recommends the Board of School Directors approves new Board Policy 123.2, sex-based differences in athletics, effective July 1st, 2025, and authorizes submittal to PSBA to be placed in Board Policy Manual format.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have some. Madam Chair?
Mrs. Thomas?
Yes, the policy committee has been working on this policy for 5 months, along with administrator, board members, and our solicitor. This policy is not discriminative against any student. That is a false narrative. All students may play sports and no one is excluded. It is neither a violation of federal or state law to recognize the real differences between biological boys and biological females. As always, our district should continue to protect all students from bullying and harassment. It is, thank you to all the board members and the robust conversations that we've had, and for the public's input. I respectfully thank everyone who has agreed to disagree. And my, it is of, I think this is what the public wants. And I believe I was allowed to read an email. Was that?
Yes.
Okay. There was an email that was sent in to all the board members, but it was not correctly sent in to the board secretary. And so Dr. Argot had suggested that I read it. Good morning, West Shore School official. Today is a big day, and I look forward to seeing the vote to keep biological males out of biological females, locker rooms, safe spaces, and all competitive sports. Please vote yes to keep on the side of truth and logic. Feel free to look at various other school districts who've passed this common sense school policy across our great Commonwealth. You are the frontline protectors of our children, and that is a grand responsibility. This takes courage to stand against the evils. This is a simple, straightforward policy. Please vote yes and make it known that the West Shore School District does not want woke agendas pushed at our school, and our leaders are willing to do what it takes for our children and the community at whole. That was from Allison Ship. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to discuss anything?
Yeah, I'd like to say a couple of things. First of all, appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this policy. I feel that the first policy that came out as it was written, I couldn't get behind. I shared my comments with the entire board and with legal counsel, and some changes were made to that initial policy that I think are in better alignment, although I think we can still do better. I still feel that we're rushing this policy, but if we need to get it done, I can support it. However, I would urge the board to bring it back to committee. It doesn't go into effect until July, so we still have time. I'd like to see us take a look at this policy a little bit more, and I'm going to elaborate a little bit specifically in the policy. And I reviewed this policy very thoroughly and have made some comments, and I don't see where this policy excludes anybody or is exclusionary, because certainly if there was any idea that this policy excluded any group of students or any students at all, I certainly wouldn't get behind it at all. So I don't see it as an exclusionary policy. However, one of the things that concerns me, and I heard this from everybody that spoke about in favor of the policy, is we got to protect the girls. We got to protect the girls. We got to protect the girls, and I agree with that. However, I think we're forgetting the boys too. And let me elaborate a little bit. In the beginning of the policy, where we talk about the purpose, right? We talk about provide increased opportunity for girls. We don't say anything about the boys. And I'd like this policy to be targeted for all students, not just girls. Okay. And when we talk about definitions, and I heard some of the folks here talk about a clear distinction between male and female based on reproductive biology and genetic makeup. What do we do if those are incongruent, right? There's nothing in this policy that gives guidance on that, on some incongruency there. The other points that I had, when we talk about opportunities, especially in item C, D, and E, where we talk about reasonable accommodations, and I think this is where the policy allows for some latitude there, and we don't exclude any group of students. But I think there's some inconsistency in the policy, in that if you look at the reasonable accommodations for girls, that allows females to participate on boys teams when there's no girls team for that sport during the school year. I know we do all the time. We do MOUs with other districts. If a school doesn't have a particular sport, they can send their students here to participate. We don't address any of that. And my question would be, what would we do if we didn't have a sport for, let's say, a girl? Would we look at other schools first, neighboring school districts that may have that sport that they could participate in, before we would put them on a boys team? That's not addressed. And then if you look at the restrictions on the boys, they're much more restrictive, and I don't disagree with that. But we talk about puberty, and there's no real medical definition there, so I'm just concerned about that part. And then we talk about would be pose an increased risk of harm to opponents beyond that which would be posed by an average sized and skilled participating girl. Whose definition of average size, right? That's very subjective, and by which standard would you use average size? And if you look at the items there that would restrict boys, a boy would not displace any girl from the team's roster. Well, what about a girl that didn't have their sport, and they would go to a boys team, and they would displace a boy from a position on their roster? How is that fair to the boy? I think this policy could go further to protect the boys equally as far as the girls. So I think there's some significant work that needs to be done on this policy, and I would urge the committee to take a look at it again and make it equal for all students, and not just heavily favored for girls. And I agree, we need to protect girls. I don't want to see a biologically superior boy competing and taking medals and competing against girls and creating an unfair advantage. I'm not for that. But I think we need to do more in this policy to protect all students, not just girls. And I can support the policy, but I would urge the committee to put it under review again and address some of these issues that I've raised concerns with.
Thank you, Mr. Geist-White. Mrs. Tierney.
Thank you.
I almost called you Abby.
That's okay. You can call me Abby. That's fine. First, I want to start off just by thanking the students that have come out tonight. Your comments were extremely thoughtful. It's not based on what your position was. I think you just took a lot of time to work it out and articulated it beautifully, and your students, and you're ahead of the game by your willingness and ability to do that. So thank you very much. I've spoken many, many times on this policy. I don't need to repeat myself tonight. Just a few of the highlights. I just don't think this is an area appropriate for broad brush treatment. I think this policy specifically ignores the science, and it basically erases the existence of anything outside the binary. And I don't think that that is kind of the ultimate exclusion when we're talking about it not excluding things. I very much appreciate the conversation that occurred at the policy level. I might not characterize it necessarily entirely as robust discussion as Mr. Samick did, because very often there were a couple times we really had some great conversation, and we, agreed as a committee to make changes, and the language ended up back in a different way, or we reinserted language from the original policy after council made specific changes. And I found that to be not characteristic of robust discussion. In fact, I think the committee was enamored by and wedded to the policy created by the Independence Law Center. And this, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. And this is the Independence Law Center policy. And Mr. Samick, who's here with us tonight, is with the Independence Law Center. I think there are far better ways. I've always said, honestly, we have to address this issue. I think there are far better ways to address this issue. And districts in our Commonwealth have better policies. I just never felt that idea could never get off the ground because we were very set on the Independence Law Center model. One of my biggest beefs with it is it doesn't reference the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act. And I am fearful that our laws are different than other states, and we do have additional protection by the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act. It's actually why some of our specific legislators are attempting to create legislation to eliminate that protection, a small group of them. And I think we are on dangerous grounds by not acknowledging that and dealing with it at all. It is in part what allowed Maine to take a stand, because Maine had additional state protection like we do in Pennsylvania. And this policy is inadequate because it doesn't address that. I agree with Mr. Gustwhite. I would like to see a policy that protects all students, addresses all students. And State College is not a bad place to look as a model. But we, as a board, never did that. And for that reason, I'm not going to be able to support it.
Thank you, Mrs. Tierney. Does anybody else have any further comment or discussion?
I will. I'm just going that
Okay.
side first and we want to.
Mr. Cambic.
Okay. All right. Excuse me. I agree with a lot Mr. Gustwhite said. And I spoke to everyone before. The first draft we had, I wasn't happy with it. And I sat on the policy meetings, and they went to the northern one, and then that's where the committee meeting ended. And I was like, well, that hasn't been looked at by our solicitors. And I really think we should make sure that our solicitor had a chance to look at it. And then we had a meeting then. Mr. Hall set up a meeting, and we got a chance to talk about and refine this policy. And like I said, I coach varsity sports. I've coached girls in track and field. And I can tell you, I work with these girls, and they work their hearts out, lifting weights, working during the winter, working during the spring. And I do believe there is a difference between boys competing against girls. In the CF relays, we run a mixed 4x400. It's very entertaining. 2 boys and 2 girls on the same team. There's a lot of strategy goes in who runs first. But I can tell you what, the boys definitely blow away where the girls are running. There is an advantage. there's nothing here that prevents anyone from participating in a sport. A lot of this policy is lifted from the PIAA regs that have come out, and that eased my mind because that is our governing body for high school sports. And I can see policy, the guideline D that comes right from the bylaws, section 2, even what Mr. Gus White referred to, with due to increased risk of injury in opponents and direct contact sports. I'm sorry. Question about size and stuff like that. Again, that's subjective. I know that's difficult. I know a duck when I see it, but how do I describe it? How to describe that? Your physical. Sometimes just being big doesn't mean you're better than everybody else. But I said a lot of it came from the PIAA directions, and I'm happy to see the PIAA actually take a stand because they're always very slow with doing this kind of stuff. And again, I wanted to slow it down. I can see a need to get it done by May. I thought we had some more time to work on it. I am supportive of it. I'm supportive of the general idea. Like Mr. Gus White said, I think we got to need a little bit of tweaking here that once the dust settles and we take another long look at this, maybe there's some definitions. I heard some things said tonight, Mrs. Tierney and some from our speakers here that make me think, is there a word or two? Is there a phrase? Is there a sentence? Is there other things that we can put in here to make sure we get it right? So I'm going to be done with that. I'm going to pass it on.
Whoops. Mrs. Cox?
Yes, I'm just going to say I will be voting to pass this on the very basis that, like a lot of people have said, has nothing to do with discriminating against anybody, but for supporting what Title IX was originally made for. And that is the protection of our girls and to let them have opportunities that they may not have if they allow biological males to compete against them. And I've read many articles and I've seen a lot of things, especially recently, about biological males that are competing in female sports in high school and taking opportunities away from our female athletes, our girls, for opportunities to get scholarships. I mean, the medals are one thing that to me that it is what it is, but the opportunity that is taken away from them that could be afforded them to get a further education, maybe a scholarship or something. So we've got to start and set a precedent that we have to respect Title IX, what it was originally meant for. And we have got to just say, it is what it is. We've got to protect our female athletes. So that's why I'll be voting to pass this policy.
Mr. Tron?
I'm excuse me. I'm voting in support of the policy as well. I'm going to outline just some concerns that I have, but also then why I'm hesitatingly going to support it. So firstly, I hope that we're not prepared to spike a football in celebration after this. Whether it was during COVID with vaccinations or whether it was herd immunity, the best case situation was nothing happened if it was going to work. And I foresee that nothing is going to happen after we pass this policy. So I think it would be really disrespectful if we're spiking a football in celebration. I do worry about the message for 1 to 2% of our students that we're sending about or to what extent do you exist? To what extent do we value your existence? I hope that this would not have been my first priority or my 1000th priority, but perhaps for consistency's sake, to follow some of our concerns to a logical conclusion of if we're interested in protecting girls, I would I would suggest some of us advocate the state to have single-sex gym classes, as far more young ladies are hurt in a co-ed gym setting than by a transgendered student participating in a sport. Uh, and moreover to that, in the competition field, again, as a reminder, this policy, when passed, has no impact on our opposing teams. So, again, I hope that we follow some things to a logical conclusion, perhaps. And I do fear that it does create a invasive situation where we're asking some students to prove when puberty starts. That feels invasive. But here is where I landed with why I'm going to support. Originally, I thought the process was quite crappy. But we did have a chance to meet with our solicitor. We did have a chance to reword some things. I was very worried to hear that we were just going to use Northern's policy. So I'm really thankful that we're not using the ILC policy, but rather one that our own solicitor created, which gives me a level of comfort. Second, administration has comforted me with that. This can be enforced in an equitable fashion. Uh, I had grave concerns about how would this be enforced. Do we go up to a student and say, "You look like a boy, prove it"? But administration has relayed or allayed my concerns with that. Uh, and as many of the public speakers have said thus far, while nothing is definitive, I'm just going to kind of go down that the PIAA does have regulations in place. Title IX is in the process of being reinterpreted. Just the other day, as was said, our state Senate has advanced a bill, not a law yet, but a bill has been advanced. I find it deplorable, but it doesn't matter what I feel. The Supreme Court has just upheld President Trump's removing of transgender soldiers from the military. It would seem that district courts are moving in a direction where uh, where this will be decided for us. And again, to the point about the state of Maine, with President Trump's executive order, we realized that executive orders aren't law, but at the same time, it could turn costly and chaotic to not at least consider that. So I think that I would leave it. I am humbled that a lowly high school teacher is given an opportunity to vote on such an important policy. But at the same time, I'm also, it's quite head scratching that a public high school teacher is able to vote on such a policy. I disagree, but disagreement, and maybe we get our information from other podcasts. I respect institutions and I respect laws, and I feel very uncomfortable as a school board level to be either creating new social policy or changing social policy. So it's been quite a week, and I know my students and my family have felt it, just a sleepless weekend. While I don't ever divulge anything with my students about kind of what we do, they don't even know what a school board is, much less that I'm on one. Uh, Today it was interesting because they could tell I was feeling something, and I just said I got a couple tough decisions to make. And my students said, "Well, Mr. Trone, what do you always tell us?" And my first snarky is just to marry the richest person you can. But if that advice doesn't work, be authentic and be true to yourself. So, uh, if I may not line up perfectly with all of my friends, but in this case, again, I'm voting, or I will vote to support the policy. But I also agree with Mr. Geistwhite and others that we couldn't possibly tweak some wording around. Thank you.
Any more discussion?
Uh,
Mr. Britton.
Yes, I have a few comments. Per Mr. Trone, I think if we're going to go and review some of the text, that maybe we put something in there with regard to the ability of our superintendent or coaches or DAs, not the athletic directors, when we may have a team that comes against us that may have, and also per Mr. Guest White's comments, to protect, again, to me, a lot of this is about protecting our athletes, and that maybe should be part of any kind of redo of the policy. I do not feel this is an epidemic, but I think it is an issue that needs to be looked at. I do feel that the media tries to tear each other apart by how they put these kind of issues and legislation or policy. I'm not anti anything. I'm just trying to create a policy that creates a level playing field and provides safety to our female athletes. So shame on the media for pitting each other against each other. That's not good for our society. As for the policy, to me, this is a pretty straightforward concept and an easy vote for me. This policy does not ban anyone from participating in athletics, but rather deals solely with the issue of biological boys competing against other biological boys, as well as biological girls competing against other biological girls in athletics. As a young man, when I was playing midget football, when the Redland Patriots played the New Cumberland team, I was center, and the nose guard for the New Cumberland team was a female. And it was just a very odd situation as a young boy playing against a girl in football in a physical sport. With regard to the policy itself, again, it's boys competing against boys, girls competing against girls. And to say otherwise, to me, is gaslighting, pure and simple. Let me repeat this. This policy does not ban any student from participating in sports. And to say otherwise does not do a service to our community. This policy is about protecting the safety and opportunities for our female athletes. This was the primary goal of Title IX. And not one girl athlete, female or girl athlete, should be denied the opportunity to participate. That's one of my goals and why I will be voting in support of this policy. Also, some argue, why do we need this policy? Well, we have many policies on the books where the board tries to be proactive in order to know how to handle a situation before it occurs. That's just smart management. And again, also, I try to represent my region and my constituents. And when I go out and knock on doors and talk about issues, this is one of the issues that comes up. Now, is it an epidemic? No, but it does come up quite frequently. So I believe I have a burden, and when I took my oath, to represent those that elected me. So based on that, and I think it's essential that we protect the integrity of girls and women's sports, and especially single-sex spaces. So that will be why I am voting yes on this evening. Thank you.
Any other discussion? I think Dr. Argot, can you please poll the board?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Britton.
Aye.
Mrs. Tierney.
No.
Mr. Geiswhite.
I would urge the policy committee to take another look at this policy and improve it, and I'm going to be a yes. Speaker? Do that.
Just hold on, Kelly.
That
was a yes.
I'm a yes, but I urge the board policy committee to review this policy again and make it better.
Mr. Cambick.
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas.
Yes.
Mrs. Cox.
Yes.
Mr. Trone.
Yes.
Mrs. Brent.
Yes.
Mrs. Davis.
Yes.
8-1. It Passes.
Did you say 8-1?
That's what I said. Did I miss something?
Isn't that 9?
Yeah, Kelly's on the phone.
Yeah, Kelly voted too.
She voted yes.
Oh, I forgot that Abby voted no. I was thinking 9-0.
Sorry.
It's been a long night already.
It has. But all right, well, we're going to move on to personnel.
Madam
Mrs. Thomas.
President, Madam President, I move we approve the following personnel agenda items. Item 5B1 through item 5B10. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Oh,
So
Second? Sorry.
Brenda's second. Because Heidi, you made the
Sorry.
It can be
All right.
confusing. I understand. Is there any discussion with our hires? All right. Did you want to read the?
No, Mrs. Davis, you have to take the
You have to take.
the vote.
Oh, that's right. This will be considered a roll call vote. All members will be recorded as voting in favor unless otherwise noted. The motion.
I abstain.
You abstain?
5B number 5.
Okay.
We hired a number of new staff, both professional and support this evening. Are there any new hires present who would like to stand and be recognized by the board? I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all the new hires to the West Shore School District. Thank you.
What? We are going to move on to human resources. So 5C is the appointment of Human Resources Director, Mrs. Unti.
Thank you. The district conducted an extensive search to fill the position of the Director of Human Resources. This position became available due to the resignation of Evangeline Unti, effective June 30th. That's me. Dr. Stoltz, in conjunction with a team of central office administrators, interviewed qualified candidates for the position. The solicitor and Ms. Erickson have reviewed the attached employment agreement and are in agreement with its terms and conditions. The administration recommends that the Board of School Directors approves the appointment and employment agreement for Ms. Denise Erickson, Director of Human Resources, in accordance with the terms set forth in the attached agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? This will be conducted as a roll call vote. All members will be recorded as voting in favor unless otherwise noted. And the motion passes with a vote of 9-0. Would you like to come up? She has sat through this entire meeting.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I currently work at Lower Dolphin School District, and I am really excited to come to West Shore School District and happen to have the colors already. Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here.
Welcome.
Welcome. Don't feel obligated to stay for the rest of the meeting if you need to go home.
Mrs. Unti's office is down the hall if you want to start measuring.
Aw.
Big shoes to fill.
Moving on to item 5D, approval of middle school English language arts resource. Mr. Gay.
Thank you very much. The process for reviewing the novel, The Crossover, to support instruction has been completed. This is a text for middle school English language arts. The administration recommends that the Board of School Directors approves this resource.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
The resource has been on public display for over 30 days.
Yes, it has. Okay, this will be conducted as a roll call vote. All members will be recorded as voting in favor unless otherwise noted. The motion passes with a vote of 9-0. 9-0. Is Kelly still on?
She is.
Okay. 5E, 2025-2026 adoption of the proposed budget. Mrs. Boone.
Thank you. Steve, the last attachment there, the May. Yep, thank you. All right, as everyone is well aware, we've been working on this budget for many, many months now. And based on some direction that we received from the board last month, we have a proposed final budget to put out on public display if it is passed tonight. Slide 2. You've seen this slide before. This is where we were as of last month when we presented, to give you an idea of where we were. And then on the next slide, some of the cuts in addition to those items to get where we are today in regards to the proposed final. So based on the direction from last month, we did a real estate tax increase to the 2/3 of an index, so 3.2%. Due to the staffing update, which you see on the bottom of that page, we had to update the Social Security and PSERS revenue that we get. And then on the expenditure side of things, there is a breakdown of all the different expenses that we cut from the budget. On slide 4 is a more detailed look at those. So you can see each individual item that we reduced on the expenditure side and what made up all of those different cuts. On slides 5 and 6, one of the cuts we were able to make were due to the heating oil and fuel bid results that came in. So you can see there where we landed after the bid results came in regards to cost per gallon. So the slide 5 is heating oil and slide 6 is fuel bid. Which gets us to slide 7, the proposed tax increase. This would increase York County's tax rate by 3.2% and Cumberland County's by 3.21%. On slide 8 is examples of what that tax increase does to a $100,000 property and other examples of assessed values and what that would mean for the individual taxpayers. This is 2/3 of the index, so 3.2%. Our index is 4.8%. Slide 9 gives you then our current projections based on these proposed final expenses and final revenues. This proposes a final deficit of roughly 2.6 million that would come out of the general fund balance. With that being said, the administration recommends that the Board of School Directors adopts the 2025-2026 proposed final budget in the amount of $164,931,518.
Do I have a motion to approve the
I'll move that.
Second. Okay, and let the discussion begin.
I have some questions, Madam Chair.
All right, Mrs. Thomas.
Thank you. One of the things that I've just been looking at, and I had sent an email to Dr. Stoltz, I think, and Mrs. Boone potentially, and Mrs. Brent. I know that what is it, 2.6 million, where I had asked if they would look at administrator cuts. Was there any of that thought of or considered with the email that I sent you? I think it was last week. Dr. Stoll?
We certainly had some discussion about whether there was any opportunity for any additional cuts, including administrative cuts, but we did not recommend, we've not done anything to recommend any administrative cuts or anything beyond what you see in this slide tonight. Yeah.
So one of the questions that I had asked you, was there any rules or numbers when I compared to, I think it, 3 different school districts within York County, Northeastern, Northern, and Dover, based on the numbers that we have for student population and how many principals and assistant principals that we have. With those, and one of the other questions I had asked you, Dr. Stoltz, specifically is how many administrative jobs had been created since you had become superintendent. I believe the number was 14, even though we had 300 less students. Am I quoting that right?
Yes, the number was 14. And yes, in 2014 enrollment versus 2025 enrollment was about 300 students difference, where we're about 300 students less today than what we were then.
So can you explain to me as to why we need, if our numbers are lower, why do we have more administrators? Is there rules that have to stay within a parameter of a number? Could you expand on that for me, please?
There are no rules or regulations other than the ones I suppose we set for ourselves in terms of a number of X number of students equals X number of administrators. So it's not like it's 500 to 1 or 250 to 1, anything like that. Clearly, every building needs at least a principal. And one of the challenges, and I'll explain as I did in the response back to you. Of those 14, I'll just start and say 4 of those positions were restorations. Restorations from former positions that were cut during the 2011-2012 timeframe, and in that era. Days when we were talking about furloughs, combining the high schools, combining athletic teams, those kinds of cuts. In addition to that, I did a little bit of looking at today. If I said to you, we're operating the same number of buildings today as what we were operating back then, which is 14. I'd also tell you, but today we're operating an online learning academy in Excel that gets some administrative support, which is currently a half-time assistant principal. That didn't exist 10 years ago, right? The nature of the way our enrollment trends have changed. Another thing, we just introduced 2 intermediate schools. What came offline when we did that? A school that housed less than 250 kids. What we got was a school that's housing more than 500. That takes a different level of administrative support than the small elementary building that we closed at Fairview. Prior to this year, we were operating 1 less, right? Because when we opened the 2 new intermediates, we closed 1 school, but we opened 2 that needed support there. Our populations and our demographics. You were certainly on the board during the years. We've recently heard very positive comments about the school changes that have occurred at New Cumberland Middle School over that time. The amount of support that school building received, and while it wasn't a second assistant principal, there was also an IME in that building, I believe, for the better part of 2 years. Cedar Cliff is over 1,300 students today. Redland is less than 1,100. Comparatively speaking, Cedar Cliff is above where it was 10 years ago, 11 years ago. Redland is less than where it was 10 or 11 years ago. We often talk about the number of special education students and special education services that we have, the amount of homelessness that we are dealing with, and the amount of students receiving ESL services all have grown exponentially since 10 years ago. All of those things contribute to why we have identified over the years more support was needed at the building level. And I will say the support I think you're referencing is support that is at the building level, right? As opposed to central office administration, etc. Not that we certainly did add a position in there, director of instructional technology, during that time frame. But other than that, we haven't. That's kind of a summary of administrative adjustments where we've gotten to. All of those things have come with the board's understanding and I believe support over the course of time. And I'm happy to answer to anything else that you have there, but there is not a direct number, 500 to 1, something of that nature. We clearly have a couple of buildings, elementary buildings in particular, that are less than 500 students and do receive additional assistant principal support. This year, we added additional support to Fairview in the form of an IME. So I believe that these are all positions that are needed in support.
Thank you. And how many students do we have currently in Excel? Is it 21?
Oh, no,
Oh,
it's
wait.
over 200. The
200?
difference here is just,
I'm just looking at our updated,
yeah,
this
it's,
was from April.
yep.
I'm
Just a moment and I'll get that pulled up.
right here.
273 as of May 1st.
So we have how many people that oversee that program then? Besides our educators, I'm not talking about our teachers.
One half-time administrator.
And that's it?
That's it. In terms of administrative support.
You don't have somebody that's in charge of.
We have
Excel?
we have an online learning facilitator, and then we also have a person who is in charge of scheduling. You can probably speak to this.
Yeah, student support, scheduling, that sort of thing. I think they're both classified. Right? Are they both classified?
No,
Oh,
one's
one's
classified, one's
One's
non-bargaining.
non-bargaining. Yeah. So a team of 2.5 manage that program. 0.5 administrator.
Thank you for that information. I guess I just wanted to see more of a solution and just taking another $2.6 million out of the fund balance, and then raising the taxes once again. You know, it does look small in the numbers, maybe $120 extra a month, but I think it, no, but regardless, if somebody's living on Social Security and has a fixed income in our county, I disagree with it. My vote will be no. I've asked that you, look at administrators, administrative positions to tighten the belt instead of kicking the can down the road and making it on the backs of the taxpayers. Thank you.
Just want to be clear, we made a commitment to review all positions, and we also made it a priority, and I think where we've been clear about this, we look at resources, materials, and people in that order, right? So one of our objectives was, how do we work through this with as few furloughs as possible? And I'm very proud to say no employee has lost their job. We have employees who've shifted to different job responsibilities, but no employee has lost their job. Support staff, teaching staff, administrative staff. We've made that a priority. And I'm really proud that we've been able to land on that priority. We've looked at stuff. We've also, at the same time, have looked at opportunities whenever they present themselves to reimagine positions. If somebody leaves, can we absorb that position? Can we redistribute roles? We will continue doing that because, as we've said, to be very clear, this isn't a one-year issue. It's a multi-year issue. So every position, administrative, support staff, and teaching staff, all will be carefully scrutinized and have been carefully scrutinized. So I think we've been pretty successful in doing that.
Thank you. I have one more comment. What are cyber charter students by school and grade? Our numbers at 594, and have we looked at any other way in bringing those students back so it doesn't cost?
We survey those families. We developed a survey for that family. We've reached out to families. You've seen the reports that our child accounting folks have put together about their efforts to make sure students who are in fact cyber charter students are being attributed to the correct district. So there's a lot of residency reviews. We have worked very hard to encourage participation in our Excel program, which has far greater success and performance than virtually any cyber charter that exists in Pennsylvania. We've done a lot to tout that, and we continue to look at ways that we can stem that tide. That tide is, you heard me say it last time, our efforts, we're doing a lot of efforts here. I think we have to make some efforts about fair funding with the legislature, but we're working very hard, as everybody is that I work with in central Pennsylvania, in trying to stem the situation with cyber charters. It's not a level playing field, but we're still trying to fight and win it.
I will just add, Mr. Gay and I attended Advocacy Day on Tuesday over at the Capitol. And when we were meeting with a couple of representatives and senators that we were able to speak with, there were a couple of sessions where we were joined by colleagues from another district. And in particular, when we were meeting with Representative Delosier, we were joined by East Pennsboro and Camp Hill. And we had also heard this when we were with Senator Kiefer's staff, with the superintendent from Northeastern School District, that as the third marking period has come to an end and we're approaching the end of the year, and I don't have numbers to give you here tonight, but it is one that I'm going to ask the team to look at. The number of withdrawals in, let's call it April, to leave us and go to cyber, right? We believe that there's a couple of correlations there, whether that is end of year is approaching, failure is a possibility, or retention is a possibility, and also attendance requirements. I don't know how to survey that out of folks or whatever the case is, but the question was, well, not the question, but the observation was shared by my colleagues as well, to say, is anybody else experiencing this, right? So, and as you have seen, if you have tracked, we share that cyber charter enrollment with you at least quarterly throughout the year. We have seen that encroach closer to 600. It was around 500 or 550, and that has slowly crept up now closer to 600. So those are measures that sometimes, as Mr. Gay has said before, we don't get the opportunity even to talk with a family before they have made the decision to leave for whatever reason that is. In the instances when I think we can, I think we're pretty good about at least demonstrating what the option is if they want to stay here. In some cases, that might even be YAA. And I know, Mrs. Thomas, that you serve on that board as well as our representative. So that's that piece. Mrs. Cox, I know the last time it was either curriculum, or it might have been curriculum, or it was finance or policy, one of the committee meetings. You asked about the survey. We do have a draft version of a survey to go out, and I don't know that we have a timeline for that just yet.
We do a summer mailing to all cyber families. Helps us make sure that we're communicating with them, and that we are able to make sure cyber families are that their funding is connected to the district of residence, right? It's a pretty important thing. Our plan is to incorporate that survey into that process. It's already a process where we pay to communicate with every one of those families via mailing. It pays for itself. It's a smart investment. And yeah, I think that survey will be helpful.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to when you're on slide 3, the staff reduction through attrition. Am I to understand that if the need arises for this position, that it'll be filled then?
So I think the best example of that is kindergarten, right? Or you could take the there was a section at at elementary school that we talked about. But kindergarten's a great example. The reason that we chose to reduce this position now is because kids are not here, they're not registered, and that's always um, it's a moving target, particularly at this time of year. So I don't want to say it's likely, but if I had to bet today, there's a very good chance that we'll be back in August and say registrations have now occurred, and now our numbers, where we thought we were in April or May versus where we are in August, are going to dictate that we need another section of kindergarten.
Right.
That's not atypical for anybody that's been on the board for a number of years, to need a section added or something in August.
Ms. Cox, I think it's also important to note that that list isn't, that's not comprehensive. We've been reducing positions for months, or planned reductions of positions as retirements come off. I can name a number of positions that have been absorbed, and they're either not showing on here, or we were waiting for another vacancy to make sure we got someone to fill a position. So we have others beyond this.
Thank you.
Madam Vice President.
Yes, Mr. Redmond.
Just a quick question for Dr. Stoltz. Per your Advocacy Day comment and activities, and per Heidi's comment with regard to the addition of 14 to the administrative, can you account for some of that possibly being mandated from the state, that we needed to increase our workforce to meet the obligations that the state might be handing down to you?
Yes, you got when you gave me that out. Yes, you got a quick reaction from me. I know you have asked in the past about mandated, mandated programs, mandated delivery systems, and particularly those that are unfunded mandates. Yes, I'm sure if I sat for a period of time and just said, "Hey, here are the things that we've got to do," the requirements that are on our principals and our assistant principals, just to use them because they've gotten a lot of attention here. What they are required to do in evaluating and observing staff, honestly, is a lot of their time to begin with. But where they're spending a lot of time is discipline, right? Especially assistant principals. And over the years through COVID, when we came back in 21, 22, we know the kinds of reports that we were getting out of our buildings. The needs of our student populations, and I do not mean this as a negative. I think we love every kid that comes through the door the same, but the needs of kids today in buildings is different. And even in buildings that maybe we used to think one way about the way a building used to look, it doesn't look that way anymore, right? Whether it's the housing development that has gone in, we heard a comment, and I know the stop that she is talking about. And how do I know that? Because I heard that from and I'm talking about a state representative who lives in our district, who told me that of the same thing, the one down by the motels. And watching that stop grow with kids and the number of kids that are there, that they pass it every day. So those, and that is a population that comes with a great deal of need. So it's why when you look at some schools and you say, why does a school that has less than 400 kids need more support than one principal? Because the needs of that building might be that they're 60% free and reduced. There are more than 20 languages represented there, and a whole host of other things. So I know that's really difficult to quantify. And maybe get a head around and say, but those are the kinds of needs, right? And I'm not speaking ill or negatively about that, but those are the things that confront us, and whether we think we should be in that business or not, right?
It's a reality.
It is a reality of the needs that walk in the door. So there are other things, again, that I could probably go back to and say, when you've got to do mandated professional development, this year, now we had this, but I'm actually going to point him out. So Tom Ryan back here, our head of security, with the recent legislation in the last year, I think it was, every district is now required to have a head of security, for lack of better terms. There's a much fancier term by that. I think many did, but there were plenty of school districts, and we did plenty of school districts though that didn't have a person and needed to hire somebody in the form of a school security guard or a school resource officer.
And there probably wasn't funding that came along with that.
There was not. And even though there is PCCD money that does seem to get re-upped year over year, it's never a guarantee, and it's certainly not 100%. So yeah, if I were to take some time and say, hey, what are the examples of where, I can't come right off the top of my head and say, oh, we hired this person as a result of this particular piece of legislation, but in being able to meet the things that I think are required, it does require more support.
Thank you.
David, if I can quantify it a little bit. We have grown by over 100 English learners this year. Dr. Argot administers that part of our program, right? I need someone to run and make sure and coordinate English language programs, right? And that's what he does. 5 years ago, that position looked very different. That part of his job looked very different because it was such a smaller group. I'm thinking of homeless. I have an assistant director of student services. That's hers, McKinney-Vento, right? That's the legislation that protects our students experiencing homelessness. That is a significant part of her job, is managing the needs of the McKinney-Vento population. So 10 years ago, that wasn't that same population, right? So we have to, we're at 20% of our students with IEPs. We have 2 special education administrators. I'm terrified of the day that we don't, because that's, your greatest liability, your greatest legal liability is that audience. So we can quantify some of this, and it's not that necessarily we didn't hire another administrator because of the growing number of English learners, but we have an administrator whose job has shifted significantly to do more of that, and the federal work that goes with that, and a lot of requirements. Again, not to suggest they're burdensome. I'm not suggesting that, but there is a reality. We need staff to manage that, and many times those functions are administrative. They're managerial in nature.
Just a personal observation. I enjoyed this conversation very much because I think it shines a light on what happens in our schools on a day-to-day basis that people might not realize, not only to us as board members, but as to the public as well, with regard to, where their tax dollars are going and what they're going for. So I appreciate the dialogue. I think more of that is helpful in understanding what's happening in our schools so we can make better decisions as to how we move forward. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I yield.
I'd add 2 big things to what the daily life of a building administrator includes, is also attending meetings of IEP meetings and serving as LEA often, as well as dealing with attendance improvement plans. And I know a lot of that falls on counselors as well, but somebody's got to develop those plans, meet with families, and somebody's also got to go to court when those times come up. So you are right, and I appreciate your comment in that what we ask of, and even at the high school, I would just say to you, when you go to a high school event, you always see at least one administrator at that event, no matter the time of day. And it's often that it's more than one. And it's not a job that is easily quantifiable in 7 to 3, 8 to 4, 7 to 7, So, but I appreciate this discussion on this tonight. And it's not a simple, straightforward answer.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Stoll.
Is there any other discussion? Mr. Trone.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I'm going to be voting no tonight, and I just want everyone to understand why. 2 more years left, and I'm supportive of every single project that we're doing, but my passion and my hill is going to be bringing all-day kindergarten to our district, and we had learned that that's at least a $3 million commitment. Uh, I don't see that commitment being made in this budget, and I fear that our appetite might not be there in subsequent budgets. But to build that $3 million in can't happen in a year. That takes, especially next year with the Act 1 index probably going down, that's going to take 2 to 3 years of saving additional money to potentially implement full day K. So for that reason, I'm going to be voting no on this.
Oh, I forgot that I was president there for a second. Let's just be honest. Okay, any more discussion? All right, Dr. Argot, would you please pull the board?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Trone,
No.
Mrs. Cox,
Yes.
Mrs. Thomas,
No.
Mr. Cambick,
Yes.
Mr. Geiswhite,
No.
Mrs. Tierney,
Yes.
Mr. Britton,
I'd just like to thank you for not making me go first. I'm a yes.
Mrs. Brent. Yes. Mrs. Davis,
Yes.
6 yes, 3 no. It passes.
Dr. Argot, I must leave this call.
Mrs. Brent is officially leaving at 9:34.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to information items. Review of the May 15th agenda. Dr. Stoltz?
Thank you, Mrs. Davis. All right, in looking at the agenda for next week, we will have student speakers out as we normally do from each high school. Under the business items, we will have more personnel items. We will have bills for approval, the budgetary transfers. We have some annual appointments that are typically done in the month of May. We'll have the annual appointment of depositories. I do not anticipate any changes to the depositories from what we currently have. We do use several that will be outlined there. 7E will be an appointment of a treasurer, and we do that. We are required to do that each year in the month of May, and the recommendation will be that Mrs. Boone continue to serve as treasurer of the board. We also do have the appointment of solicitor in the month of May, and that will be an item, and appointment of a secretary. So Dr. Argot has served as the secretary for quite some time, and it will be the recommendation that Dr. Argot continue to serve as board secretary. There is a calendar of school board and board committee meetings and newspapers of general circulation. We are required to advertise, establish and advertise our meetings for the year, and also the newspapers of general circulation that people can find notices when we put them out. I believe all of the committee chairs were asked for, they were presented with dates, and I think all of the committees committed to that and agreed to that. So there should be no surprises there. It generally follows the same format that we have always followed, and I don't think there were any changes to meeting nights or meeting times. We'll have staff attendance at professional meetings. We will have contracted services for athletic trainer. The recommendation will be to continue to use CPRS. They have been our athletic trainers since the 2000-2001 school year. I just forwarded onto legal counsel today a final version of that agreement for Tucker Aaronsburg to review. I do expect to have that back in time for next week. We will have a we'll have an ESSA letter of agreement and business associate agreement. I will share information with you this week about what that is, but generally, in a broad sense, that is related to students in foster care who may be attending our district and require transportation, and it has to do with the cost sharing. And this is with York County. So Tucker Aaronsburg has already reviewed this, and we thought that it was best, while it doesn't specifically outline a dollar cost today, it does involve the exchange of payment for services, particularly around transportation. I shared information with you this last week. We had just recently approved the special education plan. After we did that and submitted it to or attempted to submit to the state, they took another review of it and said there were indicators from other areas that they thought we should address. We had and be incorporated into that. We have followed that recommendation from PDE. We will be bringing that plan back with the information I shared with you last weekend for approval next week. And then we also have a resource adoption. Mr. Gay had mentioned the K-4 science through HMH and had materials on display for that. So this will be to approve those materials and continue the science work. Just a quick side note, we had a board visit this past week at Crossroads, and we were at, I believe when we were at Old Trail, Mrs. Cox, you may recall this, I think when you were there, and then also a side comment just on the materials. So materials related to science, ELA, and math that have been in the buildings thanks to the curriculum committee and to the board as a whole. And a general comment as the PSSA window is wrapped up here. There were numerous comments, and we heard that again yesterday at Crossroads about the amount of writing that kids were doing as part of the PSSAs, whether that was in science, math, or in ELA. And even though they were doing it on, they were doing the PSSA online, they were doing a lot of handwriting and using the tools and the skills that they're learning in the curriculum. So just a plug on that. This is the K-4 version of the science that will support what the 5 to 8 got this year. We will have a couple of revised board policies that have gone through policy committee and are ready for public review. One is on 801, it's public records, 809 recycling, and then Mr. Gay will also be talking about secondary social studies resources. That is what we're looking at right now. I don't know that I've got anything else on the radar, but those are the items for action next week.
Thank you.
Yep.
Item 6B, Allen Middle School construction update. Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mrs. Davis. Assuming our friends from RLPS and Fidavia are still awake and coherent, they will be giving us a presentation, albeit shouldn't go on forever. We will get you some more chairs. We can manage that. I'm confident we can pull that off. But they're going to walk us through the design updates on Allen Middle School, including project timelines. Some of this will be reflective of conversations that we had with Facilities Committee. But I'll turn it over to our consultants to walk us through the design updates on the renovations and additions to Allen Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Understand it's been a long evening so far. Also understand this is an important project to the school district, so we will be brief and direct to the point, but we'll answer any questions that you have. Next slide. So what we have in front of you is a schedule for Allen Middle School, and there's really 5 components to that schedule. The first 2 lines, or the first 2 upper areas, are design and approvals related to site issues. That's the bluish grayish and grayish purplish. The next 2, the orange and the yellow, are related to the building design and approvals. And then the last piece in the green is related to the construction. The driver of the schedule right now is PennDOT and highway occupancy permit. We are looking to have approval for that in June of 2026. So about a year from now, we should have approval from that. Moving down in the schedule, land development. Our land development continues, and we will have a majority of our land development approved and submitted by the end of the year, but we can't get the final submittals until PennDOT is approved.
Yeah, so you're saying the approvals would be in June of 2026? Is that,
That's a highway occupancy permit, and that's kind of like the linchpin to have all the approvals flow at that point.
and is that the general timeline for projects like this?
Highway occupancy, yes, for a highway occupancy permit, it takes a long time with PennDOT.
Oh, geez. Okay, thank you.
Maybe it's just worth noting. I mean, when we did the Ross Moines project, it seemed, I think Brett and I would say, it seemed like it took a while until not only did we get the permits, but till we got the easements and the right of ways and everything that need to happen. But this project is somewhat it's complicated for more than one reason. It's complicated because we've got two entrances on the on-ramp, off-ramp to 15 that isn't gonna fly, as you have seen if you were at the facilities committee meeting, I think last month, they said. And then we're just dealing with Gettysburg Road and the likelihood that turn lane or turn lanes will have to be added there. And then, of course, the water issues that, are in that area. So not that that's to say that all projects don't have issues, but this one's got some doozies.
So moving back to the land development, the second line down, again, we should be through most of our submittals and our approvals as much as we can get by the end of this year, and we'll wait for the highway occupancy permit to release those pieces. Design of the building in orange, we just completed through design development, working into construction documents. Again, we'll be done, completed with the construction documents towards the end of the year. And then early next year, we will submit for permitting and for bidding in the spring. So we'll be back to the board for approvals of the bids again in June of 2026. And then in July of 2026, construction starts, and depending on how we phase it and the different options we are looking at, we have 30 to 39 months of construction to phase through that building. Next slide. So this is an overall existing aerial of Allen Middle School. The white roof building in the middle is Allen Middle School. And just a couple notes on this, the Gettysburg Road is towards the upper part of that slide, and 15 is towards the bottom part of that slide. On the left side of that building is where you have your bus drop off and your administrative entrance is located. And on the right side, or the upper right side, is where the car drop off is. And there's another entrance off of that parking lot. Next slide. Getting back to the PennDOT impacts and what Dr. Stoltz was just talking about, there's three items related to PennDOT. On the back of the building at the lower right, to eliminate the entry. Currently, you can get in and off of your site from the Route 15 ramp. That is being eliminated as part of this project. Just moving down to the left of that is the existing church, maintaining the entrance to that church. They use part of the corner of your property, but that is the only way on and off of that church piece is through the Route 15 on and off ramp and across your property. The other part that Dr. Stoltz also just mentioned was the left turn lane off of Gettysburg Road and the widening of that road to accommodate that left turn lane. And those are the items driving that PennDOT highway occupancy permit. Next slide. Looking at the building itself, what this is showing in the light brown is the existing building. In the darker reddish is parts of the building that are being demolished. So a lot of the building towards the classroom wing is being demolished, but a lot of where your specials are, including gym, auditorium, and the music wing, are being maintained and renovated. Also, you can see on the slide, you have existing soccer field to the left of the existing building. I just want to note that before we get into the next couple slides. Next slide. So this is the current site plan for Allen Middle School. What you're going to see, the building's in the middle, and there's a number of colors there, but the darker gray is the existing building. The yellowish color is a new addition, but we also overlaid the orange or darker red where the existing building is being demolished. On this slide, you can see that we are extending from Little League Drive, a drive in and across the site to the building on the left-hand side. So bus drop-off is still going to be on the left-hand of that side of that building, but buses will come and leave separately from car traffic on that site. The car traffic itself will come in off of Gettysburg Road directly north of the existing building and slide around to the right. We'll talk about that more with the next slide. There you go. We improved the car drop-off on the right-hand side, extending the amount of stacking that can happen. The other thing that will change is that the main entry for this building will be on the right-hand side, down where it says car drop-off. That'll be the main entry. So after the buses come and drop off on the left-hand side and the school is locked down, you're going to have a new main entry throughout the day on the right-hand side. And that's your secure entry.
Just one quick question. With regard to the car drop-off, do we have an indication of how many are currently doing that at Allen, and that we have plenty of room to do it here? I know there's been some issues at the Fairview Intermediate School that we don't have enough space for our cars and the drop-offs there. I just want to make sure.
So I'll answer this in two ways. One, there is the reasonableness of how many cars should you plan for, and the assumption that the transportation that's provided is utilized, and we cannot control that with parents. I was at Fairview early on in the school year and counted at more than half an hour before dismissal, there were already 46 cars that had stacked, and we're waiting to pick up students 30 minutes prior to dismissal. We did make changes there on the campus to do for that, but I don't know how we can account for people deciding to do that. I would say if you were to measure out the length that we're talking about, and that is the reason, Mr. Brinton, to your point, that the traffic pattern is going to be laid out in a way that forces folks, you can't make an immediate right-hand turn to move along the building. We're going to create it so that you have to go all the way to the end of the parking lot and then kind of, weave your way back down around to the drop-off location. There is going to be a significant amount of space there for cars to stack. Whether or not, if the entire population, when we load that building with 720 students, if half of that becomes people that are picking up and there's 360 cars, I don't see that there's any way that we can control that within the campus and within the site. Much like you see it along Fishing Creek Road, there are going to be periods of time where we may have stacking of traffic based on the number of people that are looking to do that. But I think from a responsibility, unless we were willing to pay to create some gigantic lane that went on forever just to accommodate those parents, we're going to have to accept that we've done things judiciously to account for an appropriate number of cars to get there in the afternoons or in the morning. Mornings is less of an issue because it's a constant flow. It's
Right.
usually the afternoons where we start to get into that stacking.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I just knew it was an issue.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I live close to Fairview, so I hear sometimes. So, thank you.
Would you anticipate that that issue is directly related to the people's desire to utilize bus service? I think.
Let's call it what it is and say there has been a lack of reliability with our current transportation, and that could absolutely have some influence on the number of people that are electing to provide their own transportation. I think if we fix that problem, it is a belief that we could improve that situation, but we don't know that until we do it.
Thank you.
It's not a one-for-one
No, but I think typically what happens at the start of the year sets a pace for the rest of the year. And if we have a great start, we'll have solved a lot of our problem.
So in summary on the site, we have bus and car traffic separated coming in and leaving the site at different entrances and exits. We are cleaning up or separating the school access to the 15 ramp and creating a new entry on the right side of the building, which is kind of a natural where the car drop off is happening. In addition, getting an additional multi-purpose field. You have one out there now, you'll have a second one that's indicated on there, and stacking of buses and distribution of the buses on the leaving at the end of the day. Yes.
With regard to those fields, there'll be grass
That'd be
fields, is that
grass.
correct?
That'd be
Thank
grass.
you.
That is correct.
Those buses go back out Little League Drive.
They
right?
go back out, so
Thank
they
you.
come in, they're completely separated from the car's path. Aaron will review the inside of the building now.
Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the existing building. We actually rotated the plan here. So you're now, Gettysburg Road is on the left-hand side. If you want to click to the next slide, please. This shows the area that we're looking at demolition. And one of the things on this site plan that we're looking as an opportunity by taking down that last pod of classrooms in the existing building is for potential future expansion. One of the reasons why we took another look at this floor plan and where we were coming from and making the change to where we are today is there was really no room for expansion. What do we do if this potentially grows in 15 years, 20 years? How do we add on to this building? So by taking down that last classroom pod, reorganizing where classrooms are going to be added onto, we're able to accommodate for future expansion potential at this building by that, keeping that area on the site. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So now you'll see the red outline of the existing building and where we're adding on to the classroom pods. We're maintaining the auditorium and the gymnasium component of this. And again, the cafeteria and kitchen where that is, we're now relocating the mechanical from the basement up to the first floor, which makes it easier accessibility for maintenance and distribution as well through the building. Moving the kitchen into where the cafeteria is and then providing a new cafeteria at the front of the building where it says in the blue color, it says cafeteria, but up towards the administration piece. The new entry, as Chris had talked about, is on the backside of the building, which accommodates for the most parking on this site, as opposed to today where there's very minimal parking along the front drive. We're able to flip the building, give you a new front entrance on that back side. And then again, the bus drop off on the opposing side coming in down towards Little League Drive, dropping off and having two separate entrances, one for car drop off and one for buses. You want to go to the next slide and we'll zoom in on that front entry component. And again, this gives you that controlled access, a new front door for the building. The green area that you see right plan south of the entrance doors is your administration suite. Also, your counseling offices are located in there. Really.
So, everybody, we're going to interrupt the broadcast because at this point, we're going to keep it up on the screen. I want to see if they're going to vote at 10. From what I understand, at 10 o'clock, they have to vote to continue the meeting or not. So right now, I'm just curious if they're going to vote. So we're going to leave the meeting up. We were curious about some of the comments at the end, but as we said, it's getting late. I've been going 3.5 hours. Brandy's been here with me, so we're going to get into the after show because the main point of discussion is, of course, the vote. But in a meeting where we saw people get removed, people get told to kill themselves, that's going to get us a strike on YouTube. It was a meeting full of fireworks. So where do you guys? I'd like to start by saying that they did vote on the boys and girls sports. They voted in favor of that. All of the liberals, except for who was it? What's her name? Tierney?
Abigail Tierney.
Yeah. She voted no, but she's also not running again. So she can stand on her hill and die, and it doesn't matter because she's not going to get reelected anyway. It was 8-1, but all of the liberals all had to say something about it first before they voted yes. They all had a 10-minute speech. It seemed like it was 10 minutes. And each one of them had to say, well, I'm going to vote for this, but, and however. If
Okay,
ifs
so
and
you,
buts, if
you
ifs
have
and
to
buts
see
were
something.
candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
But you have to see something, Jonathan. Okay. For example, Brian White. He's been trying to defeat Sandra, and he's trying to prove to people that he's a conservative, right? However, he's being his campaign is being funded by Democratic parties like West Shore Unify, West Shore Student First. These are progressive, okay, organizations that are endorsing him, and he's running on their. If you look at their website, he's running as one. They put our candidates. He's running on their bill. So beating Sandra is going to be difficult because people know that Sandra is a true conservative. Sandra did not, cross file, but he's trying to make people believe, okay, that he's a conservative. But yet, if you listen to what he said, well, we need to revisit this because we need to make sure that our boys are protected. I don't know what part of this he's not getting. Title IX was made to protect women in women's sports. It has nothing to do with men. Yep. Okay. But he's trying to, he's trying to still sabotage in his way.
Yes, absolutely. I can't tell you what just wait over the next 2 to 3 weeks. Just stay tuned to the Boiling Point podcast. This meeting is going to be gold. Okay. Because we got to see a lot of people showed their colors in this meeting, and I don't know if they weren't aware of what they were doing or if it just happened, but we got to see a lot in this meeting. Okay. White included. I couldn't believe some of the things that he said.
Mm-hmm. I can't believe the amount of people that voted no on the budget.
Yeah.
Well, there's a big fight with the budget.
What?
There's a big fight with the budget. Okay, because a lot of people don't want that budget to pass.
They did. Yeah, they voted 8-1 in favor of that too. Or no, how many was it? It wasn't 8-1. It was there was 5-3.
6-3.
6-3. I apologize. There's 9. And yeah, the budget, as the one guy said, I'm glad you brought that up because the one guy at the beginning in the first comments at the beginning of the night said, oh crap, I paused this. I didn't mute it. I'm sorry. Let me fix this. My goodness. I meant to mute it, not pause it. So there we go. Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. At least now, if it comes up, if the comments come up, we can go back to the meeting if we want to hear some of the closing comments. The guy at the beginning said the numbers weren't adding up on the budget. When they had them up on the screen, I messaged to Brandy. I said that doesn't look right. Like I've seen the budget. I saw a copy of the budget last year, and that's not even close. Like, how do you get the numbers that I looked at and the numbers that you got there? You did not get that all from a tax hike. So
No. Correct.
The numbers, I think, somewhere.
And they aren't, in my opinion, they aren't trying hard enough if they really can't see the writing on the wall as to why parents are pulling their kids out of the district. I think they see the writing on the wall, Brandy. I think that they don't want to admit it. My case alone, what they tried pulling with Caden,
it's
is
ridiculous.
prime example of why some of these parents are pulling their kids out of the district.
And yes, Sandra even said that if the policy too, that they were likely going to lose more people. Like it's their policies that they're implementing that are causing parents to take their kids out of school.
Follow. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I was happy that Sandra said it. I was happy that Sandra said it because somebody has to say it. You see, there's a lot of conservative parents out there that we're going to have an issue with this. That we're going to have an issue if they pass.
They came out in force tonight, Mariana. I was impressed by that. How many different conservatives got up and spoke. That was really great to see.
And that's only a portion of the number of people that actually came out to vote them in. And then on the day that they were sworn in, that place was mob. I mean, from corner to corner with conservatives. Okay, so Sandra is right. You know, she knocks on these doors, especially in her region, and she listens to what the people are saying. And this thing with boys and women's sports was a big issue. And parents were saying if they, do not protect the girls, we're pulling our kids out. Then the next big battle is going to be those transgender bathrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's going to be a battle.
I'm glad that they voted that in. Of course, the bathroom policy is something different. That's a whole different thing. But at least we got the sports done. At least that was done. And how about, everybody painting the brush with the broad brush of excluding all these kids, it's not about exclusion at all. Actually, it's just about having people compete with who they're meant to compete against. Not about excluding anybody. So it's ridiculous to.
I actually just think I don't know if I shared it in the chat group or not. I found a video yesterday of a male that is a pitcher in softball.
Oh.
And the stats on it are wild. I'll have to share it to you so you can see it. But it was wild. I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah. The stats are crazy. That's what people don't. All you have to do is go look, especially running and swimming. That really tells the story because that's really where you can measure up the numbers and use science and compare numbers to numbers in swimming and in running, especially.
The guy that spoke, Chris Campelsi, I think is his name, or Campelisi. If I'm killing your name, Chris, I'm sorry. But anyway, he bought some stats.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh man, when you brought that up, I was like, oh man, I was, because I was obviously off screen and stuff, but I was cheering. I was like, yes, finally somebody coming with stats and numbers. I was like, that's exactly right. Because I had my episode up, episode 88, where we give all those stats. And I'm so glad someone actually showed up there with numbers and stats because nobody else from the other side had information like that. It was all, oh, why are we excluding people? We want an all-inclusive. And then up comes next side, and we got stats. We got numbers that say why this isn't okay. So
correct. And
I
it's
love
not okay.
that.
It's like, okay, everybody that knows Casey, okay, because Casey, he grew up in this area. They knew that he played football in Cedar Cliff. Okay, he was known to be really good. So that's like me. Maybe we need to do a visual for these people to get it. That's like me trying to, go against Casey in football. How well is that gonna go? All he has to do is hold me like this, and I'm not going anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, isn't that who was that? Who was that brought that up? Geist White, right? How he wanted it to be what?
Britton brought up how in
Britton. Okay, David Britton.
Midget football, he played center and he was across from a girl, and he's like, it was weird.
Yeah, no. Who was saying about the who wanted the policy? Who wanted to go back to policy so that they could make it about women in men's sports too? Was that Geist White?
Yeah,
that was Brian.
Yeah,
White, yeah,
it was Geist White. So there's a reason, and because there's a reason that why that doesn't matter as much. Okay, it comes right back to the same numbers. You can't because a woman competing against a boy isn't even gonna come close.
What about the boys? This policy don't mention the boys, but then create a policy just for boys. But this has nothing to do with Title IX. Okay.
And then they'll be mad because there's another policy.
Exactly. I mean, it's stupid. Do we need all these policies? No, Title IX was made to protect women. I mean, when Title IX came out, I was in elementary school. Okay. That was made to protect women's sports. Okay, women's sports. So why he's even putting the boys is not a factor here. The boys will play in their sports, okay? And if you want another policy, well, if little Johnny bang his head up against the wall, we got to take him to 18 different doctors, whatever, then write the policy, you know what I'm saying? But leave Title IX alone. Title IX is for women.
And I would also like to say that women competing against boys, like if a woman wants to compete against the boys, especially at least in a non-contact sport, then they're allowed. You should be allowed to, if a woman wants to compete against the boys, let them. I don't have a problem with that. But the point is that they should have the choice. They shouldn't be forced to compete against boys. If they want to compete against boys, let them compete against boys. You know what I mean? That's not going to hurt anybody if that's what the student wants, right? As long as they have their own changing room and locker room, of course. But it's different because men are stronger than, or men are stronger than girls, women. That's just the way it is. So when it
Their
comes to
arm
sports,
span is different. You know,
yeah,
like it's
everything that we have different genetics, we have different chromosomes. There's a reason God created. I said this earlier, Brandy, before the episode or before the meeting started, that God created us differently for reasons. You may not like it, but that's the way it is.
right.
Now, I do want to take a moment
Correct.
real quick, and I want to give a special shout out to one of our new biggest fans. Thank you for the shout out tonight, Adam Trone. Appreciate you. Appreciate you watching. Appreciate you watching, buddy. Appreciate you watching. Appreciate it very much. Please feel free to leave a comment sometime. We'd love to hear from you. So I
Oh,
just wanted to take a moment.
and on the floor, I'll have you know, on the floor, because Casey and I got there pretty early. So we saw when the clown circus came in, right? And they were like, that's the church podcaster.
Oh, yeah?
And then, yes, and then they were talking, yeah, she's from that despicable podcast. Yeah, that podcast. And everything was about the podcast. Okay. So the thing is now the podcast. We got to go after the podcast, you know? So, yeah, so they are watching. Okay.
Yes,
And they
they
don't
are
like the
watching.
truths that are coming out, you know?
And
So,
anytime they say the podcast in the room, in the meetings,
it's
it is
this.
the Boiling Point podcast that they are referring to. Okay, there's no doubt. That's just the way it is, because we're also the only ones talking about it and the only ones covering it. So there can't be another podcast that they're talking about because no one else is doing it, only us. So yes, of course, we did see some of our biggest fans did speak before. One or two of them did speak before the actual meeting began. It looks like they're finished with the slides, but we're going to leave them muted for now, at least until they get to some comments, if we want to listen to the comments at the end. But yes, I do want to appreciate Adam Trone giving us a shout out. All you have to do is just drop our name once. That would really be great. All these guys are smart enough to watch along, but not actually drop our name. So it'd be nice if they just accidentally slipped once. Oh, the Boiling Point the podcasters, it'd just be nice if it just slipped out of their mouth once. So,
well,
but we
I
know
think
what
what
we're
I
talking
need
about.
to do, I need to make a pink shirt, and in the back of I like pink. So I'm gonna tell you right now, you gotta have a pink shirt in the store. So that being stated, I need a pink shirt that says the Boiling Point in the back. So when I go and speak to these things, okay, my hair is short, they're gonna see, and
Excellent.
maybe the Boiling Point, the church podcaster.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get you your own shirt. We're doing that. That's the way it is. Yeah. I want to get more parents wearing our gear to the meeting. That would really be ideal. As I said I think it was you and Casey or somebody. I was like, I would really like if all the parents who were like on the side of the Boiling Point podcast to show up one meeting, all wearing the Boiling Point podcast gear. I think that would also make a statement. By the same comparison though, Marianne, I would have loved to have seen more of the moms in Moms for Liberty apparel as well.
Well, I had my Moms for Liberty shirt on today, and I
That's
did
what I
this in
mean.
honor of Adam Trone. Remember, because
Another
he
shout out
says,
to Adam Trone.
Did
yeah,
you
because
notice he
according,
could barely look up? Like he
Oh,
literally sat. It literally looked like he was sleeping at one point. I don't think he was.
no, I'll tell you what happened there. They came out of the executive meeting, right? They must have had a heck of an executive meeting. You know how sometimes they argue back then, all this other stuff. So when he came out, he was like this, and he was like this for the longest. Okay, at where he sits. Okay, and they all came out looking angry, like they all sucked lemons. So God only knows what happened back there. Okay, but it had to do with whatever happened in that executive meeting, because every single one of them looked like they were ready to fight.
There had to have been
Okay,
enough
so
people. There had to have been enough people in the meeting saying that they were voting for yes tonight. There had to have been at least a firm 5 that said that they were voting for it tonight to get the other ones to go along.
I wonder how many parents emailed about the bribery issue.
Oh man,
I
that
don't
would be
know
so
because
great.
right, and that's probably it, because I know that West Shore Parents United
I
did.
did, and
Okay,
it
yep.
wasn't brought up when he.
Oh
read
no,
mine.
they're
that's-
talking about that behind an executive session. Okay,
Unless they're going to bring
But-
it up in the general, because I have 2. I have the issue with Caden, and I have the other part of the email, which didn't have to do with business items. It was about the bribery.
So I
well,
wonder.
he mentioned your name and Oliver's name, but he
Right.
did not mention
And that was about
the
in
other
favor of
side.
the policy, because that was a business
Right.
item.
Right.
So I want
But
I
he
would
didn't.
want to
That's
know
why
if
you
he's
want to
going
hear
to.
that. Okay, that's why you want to hear it at the end to see. Okay, so when they get to that, we'll switch back over and listen in on that when they get to that point. They are after 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
It
I mean,
didn't
this is normal.
it didn't look like they had a motion to continue the meeting to me. I mean, we're not listening in at the moment, but we do have it up on the screen. It didn't look like they had an official vote. It looks like they're just continuing on with the conversation of the building committee. So that's interesting. We'll have to also check into that and find out if there's
And
actually
if they, and
a
also
policy on how long the meeting goes.
a tactic that administration has used before is that if they don't want to go into, let's say, the general comments or whatever, they will extend that meeting, okay, for the longest, hoping that people are gonna, go or whatever, or they can, like do a vote or whatever. I'm not saying our staff administration, because there was many times that Brian Geisler, when he was president, he did it. If he saw that there was a parent waiting to talk, and there was a parent, let's say like Casey, that he didn't want to hear, they will sit there and talk about a taco or a lollipop or a balloon for 3 hours in order to see if they would dissuade the
Sandra
people to
leaving?
leave.
Is
I don't
Sandra?
blame her. She got to work. If she is, I don't blame her.
Yeah, she might have been waiting for the final comments at the end to speak again, but she might not be able to wait.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, as you've said, that's a tactic that they used before. How about the commenters at the beginning? Like the conservative side really came out tonight, and I was really
They
really happy
rocked.
about that. It was like
And
a
props
3-to-1
Mandy.
ratio. It was like a 3-to-1 ratio on the speakers at the beginning of the meeting. And I would also want to say, because we didn't get a lot of liberals, I wonder how many liberals are trying to wait and are going to comment at the end, or because they all walked outside, or is nobody going to come back in to do their comments? I wonder.
Well, no, they probably are, because after the vote and everything, or a little before the vote, because we had like a bathroom break. Casey goes,
Yeah.
"Look," I go, "What?" And some people were coming in after, and I think that they want to comment on the general comments. And don't be surprised if in that general comment they talk about that podcast, because Marty Burt was there. She hates the podcast, and some other people were there talking about that podcast. And so
Oh, we
don't
love
be
it.
surprised. Don't be surprised if
Well,
in this general comment.
that's okay. This is a night of shout outs. I'll be happy to give
Mhm.
some more people some shout outs later. We already gave
Right.
one to Adam Trone. Did anybody else
Mandy
mention
needs
this
one.
yet?
And what you call it, Adam Trong, just be careful with him, because Adam Trong is not on our side.
See,
He's a
look,
snake.
look at him now. Look how
Oh
he's
no, I
sitting.
know. Oh, I know.
Mhm.
I'm Mariana. I mean, I know he's not on our side, but that's why I like calling him my number
This
one fan and
and
acknowledging the shout outs, because
maybe we should send him a shirt.
absolutely, that's a
Right?
great idea.
You should send him a shirt. You
We
know.
should. We'll customize it for him too. We'll just put number one fan on the front, and then the boiling point. You know what? We'll even put the American cross on the back for him.
There you go. Now you're talking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
how
now
he's sitting now is how he has sat most of the entire meeting.
Yes, and that's how he came out of executive session. And then when he said yes to the policy, some of the people in the left walked out. Okay, Terry Mickle got really upset, and she just had to go out for some air there for a minute.
Oh,
And
Terry Mickle,
somebody yelled, "Thanks a lot, Adam." I was like, "Whoa!" They went after him, and verbally.
So what all happened with Casey? Because what happened at the beginning there when?
Yeah, we did hear somebody yell. There was there was something.
Okay,
Well, there was something when he sat down, and then there was something right after he started. There was like two interruptions.
So the first interruption was this: the Alphabet Jihad that were there. Okay, they were not. I'm gonna tell you right now, they were not from our community. Okay, some were. The other half was not. Now, they didn't come out as much as we were anticipating. They were more conservative this time than Alphabet Jihad. So there was this guy, okay, I guess he identifies as a girl with little, ponytails up here and little fairy things and whatever. And they bought signs. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
No, they sat. Yes, they sat next to or across Bill Gramlich, and they had a sign that said the GOP is a terrorist group, stuff like that. So when Chris Capelsi, the one that was giving the stats on the sports, was speaking, he was making noise in the back. Okay. And Mandy said to Chris, the guy that was speaking, "Sir, But the guy, Alphabet
Yeah.
Jihad back there thought that they were talking to him. It's ma'am. I'm not a sir. It's
Yeah.
ma'am. And she's like,
Yep.
well, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this sir. Then he just continued. Right? He continued. So he got up and he was yelling back at
Well,
Mandy.
she did
Mandy
ask
said,
him to remove the sign.
and he wouldn't. Okay.
Yeah.
So we
And
had
then she
people
had
dressed. We had people dressed like fairies today. Okay, all sorts of colors on. We had this guy with a little thinking that he was a woman, and when that Mandy said enough, she's like, security, escort him out. So when they're escorting him out, he's like, you need to die, go f yourself and die, and he walked out.
wow.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah. See,
Security
that's there
escorted
you
him
go.
out.
That's a perfect example of the differences in sides. Did anybody from our side yell at the other side to die? No.
No.
And as I've said
And
before,
Christy
none of
said
this,
that. Yeah, Christy in her comments said it.
yeah, none of this has to do
Christy
with.
said
It's
it.
not about hate. We want them to get the right kind of help, not hate.
They're
It's not
doing
about
public
hate.
comment.
Okay, let's bring him back up.
Because you got to listen to these nuts. You know that.
You gotta say it.
I'm sorry, I gotta find it.
This will be.
This will be and what he said. Thank you.
Okay. It set 7-0 because we're down 2.
Oh, we're down 2.
We are down. So
Kelly's
it'll be
off
1,
and
2,
Heidi
3,
left.
4, 5.
Heidi left?
7.
Yeah, we're okay.
Yeah, looks like it.
May I move into public comment, Madam
Let's
Chair?
please do that.
People
Do we
got to
have any
work.
Student comments.
We have no student comments. We have some electronic comments, so I'll start with them.
Okay, let's listen to these.
Joey Askey shared perspectives on the use of technology in the classroom and the home. Brandy and Oliver Brandel expressed concern about a lack of accommodations initially provided for their son to attend graduation and concern about actions by a board member trying to bribe another board member.
Oh.
Mariana Reed for West Shore Parents United expressed
actually
concern
mentioned it.
related to transparent and ethical governance based on a text message sent from one board member to another and asked for a formal review of the incident. A copy of the text message was provided. Those are the electronically submitted comments that were shared with the board in advance.
Okay.
Mr. Forgot didn't forget tonight.
Absolutely. How about that?
5 of the 7 were still in the room.
How about that?
Okay. So public
Well,
comment,
I
you guys
think
have
I
the
think
duty for
I think
community
Mr.
members to
Forgot
share
got
their
upset
insight
that
and
we,
feedback with
called
the
him
board.
Mr. Forgot,
Each
and this time
speaker
he
is
mentioned it.
allocated 4 minutes to present their remarks, and the board will listen to all
All
comments.
right, Brandy, is
Any
that what you wanted
questions
to hear, or
raised
do you
will
guys
be
want to
addressed
listen
during
to some of these public
at which
comments?
time the superintendent
No,
may
I'm okay. I mean,
provide
unless somebody else wants to listen. I just wanted to make sure he mentioned it.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna mute this up. We can always unmute it. I'm gonna leave it up on the screen. We can always unmute it if we want. How about that? I want to talk about that right now, Brandy. That first of all, thank you for writing that email, because I never even considered trying to have somebody send an email to the board to have it even recognized in a school board meeting. So that was phenomenal thinking.
Isn't this guy an attorney? Mariana. Isn't this guy an attorney?
Yes, that's Marvin Bayshore. That's Marvin Bayshore.
You
He's the
paused
one that
it.
been trying to get the deposition papers.
4-letter word. Thank you, Brandy.
Right to know request for depositions from the Sunshine Act.
Why aren't they
litigation.
providing the
I received a
depositions?
letter last week from Dr.
Because-
Hargott denying my right to know request for the depositions of the board.
Because it hasn't gone
The
to
denial
court yet.
letter
They
stated
cannot
that
give the
quote,
deposition nor the
deposition
testimony.
transcripts are in the possession of the district's special legal counsel for the Sunshine Act litigation. Unquote. Then it went on to quote Rule 1.6, the rules of professional conduct for lawyers, which provides that lawyers shall not disclose certain client information unless the client consents to the disclosure. So
Is this
without
about our-
expressly saying so in so many words,
Yeah, he wants the
denial letter
depositions
from
from the
the
Sunshine
district,
Act case.
the board is not consenting
And
to
I
make
think he's
public
going to be
the
surprised when he finally does
depositions
get
and
it.
has so instructed its legal counsel. What's critical to understand is what the letter does not state. The depositions are the property of the district, not the property of legal counsel. Legal counsel is hired by the district, takes orders from the district. Obviously, legal counsel will not and should not disclose client information when the client instructs them not to.
This is about
But
ours,
the keys are in the hands of the client, not the counsel.
about our
The
report.
bottom line of my right to know request is that the depositions are not going to be disclosed because a majority of this board doesn't want the public to have access
The
to it.
information that
Board
we
majority
disclose has nothing to do with the deposition. That's
not
a
want the public
whole
to know
Oh, you're right. That's
separate
what
set
true.
of papers.
their
Has nothing to
deposition
do with the
testimony
deposition.
under oath was. The board is hiding behind the ethical rule upon attorneys.
The board is not
But the
hiding. They
reason the
cannot
depositions are not
disclose that.
disclosed by legal counsel is strictly because the board majority has refused to consent to their disclosure. The public has to wonder, what is the board hiding? In particular, it has to wonder, what is the board president, who's no longer at the meeting, unfortunately, running for re-election, hiding from the voters in this election?
Okay, well, let's address that right quick. And then if we need to unmute again, we'll unmute again. Oh, Brandy in the back of my head there reminding me that I hit the pause button. That's why I just didn't hit the pause button right there. So this guy was talking, tell me I still hit the pause button.
No.
No, okay. Just we
I'm
had
like,
that
I see
woman.
movement,
The one body we have in the frame doesn't look like it's moving. So I was like,
but the shadows were.
yeah.
Oh,
So
it's this guy again. He
Oh, do
has
you
the
wanna hear-
text messages.
oh,
Oh,
that time I did hit the pause.
And these legal battle that was just addressed by the last person, I have sat here and watched my wife be referred to as very disreputable things.
Wow.
I have watched my wife cry over this, and I have watched
Who's his
a lot
wife?
of accusations
Mandy Davis.
thrown around.
Oh,
But like what was alluded to in some of the electronic communications, when you say, I do not want to bring the rest up in writing, but let's say
Oh!
we agree tabling, it ends with
They're
you
using
as
our thing,
president should you
Mariana.
want it. One member of a 9-person board cannot make that bribe without at least 4 other votes.
like I said, unless he had a mouse in his pocket.
Y'all are getting
Who
on
was
that
the
without
we?
sunshine, and it's happening. I think that bribing elected officials is illegal. I'm not saying I want this board to do anything about that. I'm just pointing out what's actually going on. So I'm glad that you guys are pushing for this lawsuit to go all the way, because it's going to show what a waste of time it has actually been. But now at least we already know the character of at least one other person on the board. And I think the character of the ones getting sued will be shown at the end of this lawsuit. But as a husband, it's been very difficult.
Good job.
That was excellent.
Julie Estep.
That was excellent. I believe that was Mandy Davis's husband. And I want to say Mandy Davis chaired the hell out of this meeting tonight.
Yes, she
The way
did.
she kept control over the meeting and removed people that were interrupting. It's been a hell of a meeting. Casey there joining us next to Mariana. Casey, you did a hell of a job too, man. Yeah, you did a hell of a job too.
Mr. Dewan, you've been here before.
I have.
This
Yeah.
How about
this is your
that?
third
How about
time?
that? Oh my.
Yeah, you're keeping score.
I actually just read what you're going to be speaking about, and I know, yes, this is your third time.
Yeah, about 2 years ago, I came and raised the issue of disruptive students parking in our neighborhood, speeding, playing loud music, spinning their tires, things like that. And since that time, my wife and I have gone through a lot of steps to see what we could do. Because when I first came here and raised the issue, the solicitor at the time says, "Oh, we can't tell kids where to park." And say, okay, well, now the school board can't do anything about it. We'll have to go through the township. You know, we went all those routes, permit parking in our neighborhood. They dismissed us out of hand. You know, so that's fine. I'm not going to fight City Hall on that one. At the most recent homeowners association meeting, and we reside here just adjacent to Redland Senior High School. And at our homeowners association meeting, I was asked to speak about this issue because everybody's concerned about it in the neighborhood, mostly because of speeding. And there are lots of small children, you know, 3 o'clock, whatever school lets out, these guys tear out of here. There's people, you know, kids in the neighborhood or whatever. And, you know, one girl's blind. So I'm not saying, you know, that she's going to be hurt or anything like that, but they're very alarmed by it. And I went and spoke and I said, da, 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 da. This is what I've done. This is what I've researched. And someone at the meeting had said, well, they can dictate student parking issues. And they raised the issue of Dallastown School District. And I didn't know if he was accurate or not. So I looked it up, and Dallastown Area School District has, and I'll read from this, a very comprehensive policy regulating student parking on school premises. Driving to school and parking on campus is considered a privilege and not a right, and is subject to specific rules and limitations. It goes down the line talking about a lot of different things, but it says prohibition of off-campus parking. Students are not permitted to park on adjacent neighborhood streets under any circumstances.
All right. I don't
And then,
know
of
if
course,
we,
at the very
do you
end,
want to,
it
guys
talks
want to
about
keep this?
discipline, you know, that if repeated.
It's not really a hot button issue.
No, I mean, it's, you know, it's important. And he's obviously been dealing with it for a few years, but
Yeah.
we especially specifically me and Brandy, and of course, Mariana and Casey, you know, we've all been going for a long time right now. So I don't know about you, but I'm tired and it's time for us to reach the end of our broadcast to at least maybe coincide with the end of this meeting. So, I think he's done speaking anyway. So if Brandy, if you see, or Casey, you guys see anybody else that comes up that we need to hear from, make sure you let me know. We'll put it right back on.
Sure. Yeah. And I also want to make a comment on something I heard discussed, because I was, you know, finally eating my breakfast about 20 minutes ago while you guys were on with just Mariana. But Geiswhite bringing up nothing to protect the boys. All right. Now, that's not even a thing, because that's like saying, okay, if we're going to get, like, say, for example, there was a movement to get rid of the common sense policy, which would be every bit as absurd, as no more absurd than what we have right now with this transgender nonsense, to have allow varsity age seniors, you know, senior students to play in freshman sports. Okay. And then somebody made a policy saying, well, no, we're going to go back to common sense now. Seniors cannot compete in ninth grade sports, you know, but talented freshmen, as they've always been allowed to do if they so choose, can bump up and play varsity sports. That's the same thing with the boys and girls. You know, the girls have always been able to compete in boys sports for the most part if they wanted to, because they're not going to a higher level of competition. For the same reason a wrestler can wrestle out of his weight class if he's wrestling up, but he can't wrestle down. You know, it always works one way when you're competing in a higher level of competition than your own natural designation rather than lower. So the absurdity of making that argument, we got to protect the boys too, that's not necessary. Sorry.
No. If I could, Sandra's, hold on. Sandra's talking. We'll unmute her and see what she has to say quick.
Mm-hmm.
Disagree with Mr. Davis on one point. He said we know the conduct by those text messages of one of our board members. We actually know the conduct and character of two.
Yes.
The one on the receiving end of that text who did not bite at the bit, who it might have been advantageous for that person presented with that opportunity to bite at that bit, to take the easy way out. But that director did not. And I think it is incredible character that that opportunity was seen for what it was immediately. I want to commend you guys for this long evening, and I'll tell you, you guys really put hard work in, the ones I agree with and the ones I don't. You guys put a lot into this, and I just think you guys ought to be commended for that.
Well, Sandra, you better get ready. Danielle Bruce. Oh, Danielle's coming back. Good Lord.
All right, well, we'll listen to her.
I'll try to be quick. Since it keeps coming up, I just want to note to people at home who might not have any idea what some folks are mentioning. Someone leaked some materials from the deposition.
Here we
of
go.
the Sunshine Act, and I certainly couldn't point any fingers, but it
You can point
does
at me.
not benefit anyone other than the folks who are being sued from leaking those materials. So somehow it got released from someone.
Anonymously.
Secondly, I wish Mrs. Thomas hadn't left because my first comment is directed specifically at her. I
You're not allowed
believe
to
that her
direct
reading that
to-
full email.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do
and
that.
Her discussion sets a poor precedence for the board. I'm certain that there are several people who sent in electronic comments today whose emails were summarized rather than read out loud, who would have liked to have the
Welcome
same
to our world.
opportunity that Ms.
Yeah, anyway.
Email.
What is she's
got
complaining
to
about
be
what
heard
happens
by
to
the
the other
community.
side
So
all
that
the
is something
time?
that, I don't know that any of us want to go back to the days of reading every email in its entirety, but I think that sets a poor precedence and procedure by the
It's
board.
always been said. What are you talking
On
about?
to positive things. This week it was School Nurse Appreciation Day. It was School Nurse Appreciation Day yesterday, and I'm going to be vague because, my kid deserves some privacy, but there was an issue with one of my children, and the information that the school nurse gave us was very helpful in obtaining a diagnosis with their physician. So I want to give a shout out to our school nurses. They do so much more than provide Band-Aids.
All right.
and
Well, she
cold
covered the
packs.
main thing now. It's unlikely we
And
want
they
to
have
hear
a
anything
very
else
complicated job,
she has to say.
again,
You guys, do you guys
caring about
concur? Do you want to leave it
very,
off?
We're good.
intense needs.
All right. Then we're going to cut her off. We're going to leave it up on the screen just in case anybody else comes up. I'll be honest with you, Brandy and Casey. When Mariana first broke this, and then she had the follow-up because he admitted to it in a statement as we've gone over. And then I did a follow-up on Sunday, recapping all of the information that we had. And then, of course, we had the episode on Monday. I was surprised that more things weren't happening, to be quite honest, at first. But this meeting, I can't believe how it's like it really rippled. Like it's out there. Everybody knows about it. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. Our report, Mariana's report, did exactly what it was supposed to do.
Well, there's
Amen to
a
that.
post on the Families of West Shore School District about the upcoming election, and it was brought up in there. And some of the the gender neutral bathrooms at Redland, and some of the stuff that these people were saying, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like they seriously, they have an issue. They weren't my pictures to begin with, but somebody asked for proof, so I posted the pictures of the signs outside the bathroom. And they literally said that they're a little concerned with the fact that an adult is, spying on children's bathrooms.
Oh, yeah. I remember when that came up.
If, their concern is if I would be checking what's in their pants.
Well, they just adjourned the meeting. I think that's ridiculous. I was
like, what?
Where are we now? Hold on. I'm sorry. A few technical issues there. That's all. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I think that's ridiculous. That even from your pictures, like you're watching them go to the bathroom because you took pictures of the signs outside it.
You
That's
must
just
have X-ray vision.
It's
I
gaslighting.
should thank them for calling her Superwoman.
Yeah, it's gaslighting.
I try real hard, but I have not mastered it yet.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just like me being in more than one location at once. I'm good at creating the illusion of it, but I have yet to actually master the ability to be in more than one place at a time. So this is what a meeting. What a meeting. We're 4 hours and 15 minutes in, so we're not going to talk much longer, but what a meeting. They passed the boys and girls sports, so at least now that's dealt with. No boys and girls sports. So we can at least
I will say this: there's some loopholes in that policy, and I'm not going to go into too much detail right now because I know everybody wants to close. It's been a long night, like you said, but that policy is not quite what it should be now. I'm not going to be stick in the mud because it's much better than what we had. Prior to tonight, the policy was basically no policy at all. It was according to your gender identity, which
Yeah.
means whatever you want to call yourself, that's what you are, which of course is incredibly absurd. But so this is definitely an improvement and a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of loopholes in that policy. Now, the way some of the hesitant board members like Brian Geis White and Adam Trone and
All had to make a big
who
statement
voted
before
for
they
talking, they're going to
Yeah.
try to tweak it in the wrong direction and make it even more feckless than it is right now. So
Yeah.
I'm really hoping that the people, the good folks on this board, the ones supporting the right cause, not if they do revisit it, which I'm actually hoping they do, if they're going to go in the right direction and make it more solidifying and make it more like the one they have in Northern and what the Independence Law Center would have them do. So
yeah, absolutely. And of course, we'll continue our coverage and make sure that we, cover it if they are going to make any changes to it or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Casey, did we mention it since you were on? You got shouted at.
Oh, that's 2 meetings in a row. I'm on a roll. Maybe I can
Yeah,
make it 3.
yeah, but that was crazy, especially the like they hollered at you and stuff. And I guess what was it? Brandy said
Oh,
that
I used a slur, by referencing the word hermaphrodite, and it's
which is
interesting
ridiculous.
when I typed my speech out earlier. If you notice in that part of it, I said intersex, aka hermaphrodite, basically making the statement they mean one and the same.
Right.
The intersex is just the replacement word for it, and I did that for a reason. My wife saw me type it up earlier, Mariana, and she's like, "Are you sure you want to say it?" I said, "Absolutely." I said, "I have to make a point tonight," and the point was made. I actually anticipated being gavelled on it just so I could make the point, which I did. Hey, you're talking about a medical scientific term, okay, whatever. But moving on.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
I will going forward, at least in school board meetings, if I reference that condition again, I'm going to use the word intersex, because at this point, the only purpose it would serve to repeat the word hermaphrodite in a school board meeting would be to trigger them having their losing their minds.
Yeah.
And then it diverts attention away from what I'm actually trying to say and the point I'm making. It's all about the word. So,
Yeah.
so I will use the word intersex from here on out, but that was just to establish a precedent. One, I'm not going to just cater automatically to your redefinitions of terms, because literally at least half of deconstructing the left's false narratives is correcting the terminology, and calling out their semantic chicanery. Just like even tonight, you heard a lot of them use words like, non-binary and non-gender conforming. There's no such thing. You are what you are, whether you want to believe it or not. It's not about conforming to anything. It's about the genetic reality, which you have no choice over. So it's always about correcting their semantic chicanery in order to bring the issue back to reality. Just the same way they will call out issues that aren't even a thing. Like tonight, how many of them talked about about including people and we shouldn't exclude.
Yeah.
No, there's nowhere in a policy or anywhere else, any other policy, does it say these so-called transgenders aren't allowed to play sports. They're just saying, hey, if you're a guy, you're not competing against chicks. That's all. It has nothing to do with excluding anybody from anything. So
I agree with all of that. I think I can't believe, honestly, I expected more speakers from the left. I can't believe that we outnumbered them in speakers and stuff tonight. And I mean, it was really a good victory. Like you said, the policy may not be perfect, but really it was a victorious night tonight.
Yeah, I told Mariana when we left, I said, I am really impressed that for once we actually had, people with sense make the majority of the speeches. I mean, usually we go there's 5 or 6 of us and there's 100 of them. That's always frustrated me, because I know the overall political and cultural demography of the West Shore is not like that. We're not Portland, Oregon, or Seattle, Washington. We are at best, right down the middle or even slightly to the right. And finally, we had a board meeting where the people participating in making the speeches actually reflected that. So,
and that's despite the left reaching out to other school districts for people to show up. Let's not forget that there was a huge forum to
Was
try.
there a huge protest beforehand?
Not that I saw. However, when we left, because we left early because this meeting was dragging on forever, there was a bunch of the Alphabet Mafia crowd gathered outside the building. and they were just basically hanging out and yucking it up and laughing and so forth. So they weren't doing anything wrong or threatening per se, but I just wonder why they were still just hanging around outside. I don't know if they were waiting for the board members to try to raise a
the board members,
afterwards.
maybe.
You know what
I don't know. If they were, we'll find out.
Do you know what I
Brandon?
did not see there today?
Who's that?
Channel 27.
Oh, were they supposed to be there?
Well, Danielle always has them there when something like this happens.
Interesting.
Yeah. There is some this tonight has been interesting in a lot of different ways.
You can tell it's an election year because
but
the way
ABC
he voted, Trone, the way he voted.
We're gonna. Oh, I can't wait. You guys, everybody, stay tuned over the next 2 weeks of the Boiling Point podcast. You're gonna see some cool videos that I'm gonna put together. You want to see how quickly people change their tune. You don't think I can go back and get old video? I know how to back get old video.
Yeah, see, the left knows, not only locally but nationally. They know this is a losing issue for them, because thank God, at least at this point in history, knock on wood, they haven't twisted enough minds yet. Most people still have common sense and are willing to acknowledge reality and do not support, guys competing with women in sports. Very few people, only a tiny minority, actually strongly support that lunacy. And there's no possible way to even begin to intellectually, logically or morally justify it. That's why they have to constantly obfuscate the issue by talking about anything other than what the issue is really about. But they know it's a loser for them. That's why they don't really want to focus too much attention on it. And I'm sure that played a big role in what you're talking about, Brandy, why Channel 27 was not there tonight, because they were there in full force, them and other news stations, when they were supposedly catching our board members that we supported in violation of the Sunshine Act, which is now blowing up in their face, because as is always the case with the extreme left, they always falsely accuse you of the very thing they're doing.
Yep.
And that's a tactic they employ time and time again, and that's what's starting to come out now.
Like I said, he mentioned we in that. Unless he had a mouse in his pocket, he was talking about Geisweit and tyranny and,
I cannot believe that.
Who was that, Brandy?
So in the text messages, Trump was talking about we can guarantee.
Oh, okay.
The president.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, unless he had a mouse in his pocket, he was talking about his other board members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I really can't believe. I mean, the amount of it was just referenced to it right at the end of that. 2 or 3 different times, 2 or 3 different parents got this. Well, guess what? We're the ones that released the information, so they saw our report, Mariana's report, and hopefully all our follow up. So,
and that's partially why they're starting to have a meltdown about this podcast, because I think it's kind of humorous, because now, Lord willing, your podcast does continue to expand, but at this point, we only reach a few hundred people, and a lot of them aren't even in the West Shore School District, and yet they have the entire media apparatus. They basically own the narratives with CBS, ABC, NBC. Penn Live, Harrisburg Patriot, the York Dispatch, and yet that's not good enough. They want to make sure there's no dissenting voice in any kind of media whatsoever.
That's exactly right. That is what we provide, the dissenting opinion when it comes to that, and that's what they don't like. And I will give Adam Trone one more shout out. Thank you for being a big fan. Of course, as we know, the podcast that is now referenced repeatedly, sometimes as in this meeting, repeatedly, the podcast that's mentioned is us. So, we are having a major impact on what's going on and affecting the conversation and policy at this point. So I'm glad to be a part of it. I mean, this has exceeded my expectations. This is fantastic. So the Boiling Point podcast isn't going to be going anywhere anytime soon. So we're going to be around. So everybody better get used to it, because we ain't going nowhere. Of course, Adam Trone, you're invited on to an episode. I'd love to talk with my top
Don't
fans.
hold your breath.
Yeah. I love to talk with my top fans. So I would love to have you on. Thank you for the repeated shout outs. And it's always great to get marketing from the other side, as well as some of our other top fans. It wasn't a who's who of our number one fans tonight, but there were a few that were out at the beginning. And of course,
I know
Adam
I run
Trone.
the risk here of giving them too much helpful advice, but I saw some very skilled politician a maneuver tonight, but with Brian Geisway and with Terry Mickle. I mean, say what you want about them. They are smooth. they know how to walk a fine line and present themselves in a very balanced way that doesn't reflect at all what their true ideology and agendas are. I got to give credit where credit's due. They are slick. They are smart.
Yeah,
I asked her about her thoughts on the policy the other day because she had gone around, or somebody for her had gone around and was telling people that she was conservative.
Yes, I heard about that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I told them, go ahead. You don't even need to wipe my name out. Just use it. Right here it is.
Yeah.
And the fact that she used both of my kids in the comment, and Caden, who his is a medical issue as to why he can't even play.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with gender.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. Some of the
And
stuff
not
is ridiculous.
surprisingly, she was sitting where she always sits tonight, and that's with that whole
Mm-hmm.
rainbow alphabet crowd, with all the various fluorescent hair colors and tats and face piercings.
Talking about inclusion while wearing a red shirt that says "Protect Bathrooms." Yeah.
And we even had an elf there tonight. There was a girl with a
You guys need to, when you guys go, you literally need to take like a panorama photo.
That's a good idea.
You guys are always so busy with speaking, but I've asked Mariana if she would provide us, or you, if you want to ever go. I would love to have a second camera angle in the room, not just get the camera angles that they provide us, but I'd love to be able to switch to you or Mariana's camera and show the entire gallery.
Yeah, that's an idea, because I tell you, when you see that crowd sitting there, and then with some of their speeches, I mean, it's literally like being in an SNL skit or a South Park episode. You can't even parody this.
I was going to, when I was planning to come to this meeting, my initial plan, I was going to have somebody in the studio. If I was going to be on location, then I needed somebody in the studio. So the person in the studio was going to keep the feed from the website up. But then I told them, I said, you're going to keep my camera up too, because I'm going to have my camera on the gallery. So it's a public meeting. You're not anonymous. You can't, just because you're not a public official, if you go to the public meeting, you can be on the camera. It's a public meeting. It's a public venue. There is no privacy. So that's what I was planning on doing if I went, was just having a camera on the gallery the whole time. I was going to set up on the side so I could get the entire gallery. That was my whole plan with my camera, and just use the normal camera angles for the board, because they got the board, but they don't have anybody behind that. So that's where I'd love to get some camera shots behind.
And if you have nothing to hide, who cares? Because I tell you, it didn't happen tonight, but I've caught people on more than a few occasions snapping pictures of me with their phone from the other side.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
By all means.
We need to do that. We need to get
Next
somebody.
time they do that, you need to turn and be like, thanks.
Be like,
I'm telling you, you need a Boiling Point podcast shirt, and then you can just stand up and just stretch the shirt out for them and be like, here, take a picture of it. Yeah. So, all right. Well, then I think we're going to close out. It was a crazy meeting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's been so long tonight. Who did the meeting? Who chaired the meeting, Brandy?
Mandy Davis.
Mandy
Davis. Yeah.
Yes,
and it was
did very good.
Was speaking toward the end.
Yeah.
About
and her husband speaking. Yeah. That was.
Line.
How about that? That's what I'm saying. Like, Mandy Davis's husband had the text messages that we used on our show. Like, he had to have gotten them from our show. He had to have screenshotted them right off our podcast. So that was great. And her husband speaking. Mandy Davis chaired the hell out of tonight. She did amazing job. She kept everything in line. I love that she kicked people out of the meeting who were being disrespectful and disruptive.
She gave me, so I'm a little salty about that now.
It's always a little. The left side is always where they're always going to be likely the ones that get thrown out of the meeting. It's not as likely going to be the conservative side, because they're not there to make a spectacle. They're there.
Jay Hess was he was really butthurt tonight that I wasn't thrown out of the meeting. I don't know if you could hear it on your mic there, but he was yelling, he just used a slur. Why is he still here? He should be out of here. He used a slur, and he's yelling this to the security and to Mandy Davis. They wanted me to be escorted out of the meeting for using a slur.
Yeah, we heard there was some disruption there and stuff. So yeah, me and Brandy were chatting in the private chat
Yeah,
about it. About what
Mariana
was going
said
on.
that someone said that you needed to kill yourself.
Well, the one guy, he yelled at that to the whole crowd. He said,
Oh,
"Go
okay.
and kill yourselves, you bunch of bigots, you bunch of transphobes." And again, another one of those absurd oxymoronic.
Was that the one with the sign?
Yeah, word
yeah.
salad. There's no
Okay.
such thing as a transphobe. I don't know about you, but I've never seen somebody see a transvestite walking down the street and run and hide behind a car. Sorry, I've just never seen that.
No,
It's another one of those
no. It's not
oxymoronic
about
mentality.
fear. Yeah, it's not about fear or hate. It's about concern for their mental well-being. That's what the concern is for, and for our children. That's the other point I wanted to make. How many of the kids today, though, spoke in opposition of the policy that they voted in? There was a lot of kids that spoke against it. No kids spoke
all the
for it.
students that spoke against it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're indoctrinated because that's
How terrible
the
is
Western
that?
school district. That's all they've been doing, especially Cedar Cliff High School. There's nothing but one giant big pride parade, and that's that they are relentless in pushing those agendas. Now, ironically, I did get to speak with one of the young men who spoke. Now, I don't know if he calls himself a young man or if he identifies as, I don't know what he calls himself, but I did get to briefly speak with him. Me and that other gentleman, that big guy that was giving out the statistics in sports, about men's versus women. And he's actually a pleasant kid. He's intelligent. He's well spoken. He's actually very polite and respectful. We had a nice conversation with him. He's actually reasonable, unlike most of the left.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's one of the ones that there's actually hope for. I think he's just confused at this point in his life. And who wouldn't be if that's what they're subjected to all the time, especially if they don't have a solid home environment where their parents are not only stable providers, but also somewhat knowledgeable to counteract some of this nonsense that they're being taught.
That kid was at least hopefully like you said, there's hope for him. He also talked about being a Christian and going to church and stuff. So hopefully he continues to
he's
do
a little
that.
confused, and hopefully he'll go the right path eventually. I mean, I know even with my kids, they have a stable environment here. And I'm reasonably well versed in the issues, and I'm finding myself all the time correcting the nonsense they learn in school. I mean, just recently, I could give hundreds of examples, but just recently, I'll say the most recent one, they came home and asking me if I ever heard of Joseph McCarthy. And I said, oh yeah. And then I said, let me guess, you learned that he was this rabid, a paranoid guy looking for communists under every rock and ruining lives everywhere, right? So I said, yeah. I said, yeah, unfortunately, that narrative was proven wrong almost 30 years ago. Because what most people don't know, because it's not well publicized, but the public schools should have caught on after nearly 3 decades, is that in 1996, the Venona Project papers, which was a top secret military intelligence operation all throughout the Cold War that was wiretapping Soviet communications, secret Soviet communications. And they finally released, and it was, of course, a classified operation. They finally released all these documents to public record in 1996, 5 years after the Soviet Union collapsed. And among many other things, what these thousands of pages prove among the Venona Project is that Joseph McCarthy was absolutely, positively, 100% correct in all 57 people that he named as communist agents. They were all actually working for the Soviets as per the Soviets' wiretap communications. Not only was he right about them, he actually underestimated the problem, and there were over 600 other top government level officials in America working with the Soviets and subverting us. So he was actually, far from being this rabid guy randomly destroying lives and just accusing people, actually underestimated the problem exponentially. Now, this was 1996. This was discovered, but till this day, every textbook, every a documentary, everything you see is going to talk about nothing but what a monster he was, even though he was fully vindicated by the release of these documents. But I went off my little tangent here because that's
all right.
One example of many how I have to correct constant ridiculous narratives that my kids are taught on a daily basis, and they don't know what to believe. So
that's what's terrible about it. That was also the most concerning thing to me, is the amount of kids that spoke out against the policy. I was really shocked by that too. It should be illegal. Also, it should be illegal to use your kids for political reasons. I'm sure some of those kids. I'm sure some of those kids were out on their own volition. It's not like their parents forced them to go, but they probably got their parents didn't stop the indoctrination process. And, that is,
And I'll also add this too. Even if there are kids who support that policy or who would agree with us more on other issues as well, they would be fearful of coming out because of the peer pressure. Not only is that culture in that school, very hostile toward people like us and people like them if they agree with us, but the teachers that actually support it, instead of reprimanding the bullies, if these kids get mistreated, they would actually treat them as if they deserved it somehow and even double down on it. So these kids, and you know how important, social status and clout and potential ostracization is to kids of that age. I mean, they're even more susceptible to it mentally and emotionally than we are, so that kind of peer pressure is extremely powerful to high school age kids, so those who would agree with us would be unlikely to come out and speak just due to that alone. So
that is where I am grateful for my parents for making sure that I never really gave too much about what the other kids thought or whatever. They said, you are who you are, and it doesn't matter. Of course, I'd like to point out that my condition is not chosen. It's, it's medically scientific. So just like why boys shouldn't compete with girls. So with that, we're going to close out this long meeting. This could be going the record books as one of the longest, if not the longest, episode that we've done. I am going to have some fun with the some of what the board members had to say. So look for that fun over the next 2 to 3 weeks. I'll be releasing that fun periodically over the next 2 to 3 weeks. So we have that to look forward to. And of course, is there another meeting next Thursday?
I'm not sure. I'll be honest with you.
Hold on.
Usually there's two in a month. So, but this one's a little early, so I didn't know if they were still having a second one, if it's next week or the week after.
I don't know if they're because they're also the primary this month. It's only it's now after midnight. It's only be 11 days away. So I don't know if that will.
The next board meeting is the 15th.
Oh, it is? Okay. All right.
Yeah, so that is next Thursday. So let's hope that one doesn't go till 10:30, and then we won't be on until till 11 or after 11, and it'll be a little bit of a shorter board meeting. But we'll stay looking for that and for the other content that we're going to release. Thank you, Brandy, for staying with me for the entire 4 hours, 38 plus minutes of this broadcast and helping me, chatting with me and stuff, so we can keep everything going while the meeting was going on. And Casey, make sure you let Mariana know. Thank you and her for joining me after you guys got out of that crazy long meeting. You guys didn't even stay till the end, but you guys were still there for hours.
Yeah, that was that was crazy.
And I'm sure Mariana is going to have follow-up episodes, and her and Christy will be doing stuff. Brandy will likely be participating, so look for that over the next week. Marcus Frederiksen plays us in and out of every episode, as he always does. For Casey and Mariana and Brandy, I am your host, JD. And finally, that's the end.